season. At the small forward position, at 6'6", number 50, Ausar Thompson. The man in the middle, standing 6'8", number 45, Jarrett Allen. The other forward position, 6 feet 10 inches, number 30, Evan Mobley.
And now about a third of the way into the season. You think it's too early to talk about awards, Grant?
You know, B.A., it depends on the award, if I'm being honest. MVP and Rookie of the Year, that's way too early. But you can begin to see the guys who are in the running for Most Improved or Sixth Man.
And a look at the starters for Charlotte. Aaron Gordon is out there with Bam Adebayo. Then it's Trae Young. Then it's Tim Hardaway. And it's Tyson in at the three. They grab their own miss. Here's Maxey. Ooh, excellent D there from Young. On offense, here are the Hornets. First chance of the year for them to go up against this Warriors team. To the wing, right side. Here's Adebayo. From out on the wing, he knocks it down.
Just another thing that Bam brings to your team, the ability to knock down jumpers.
A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
Head coach Steve Kerr and I got a chance to talk for a bit. Like everyone, he's impressed with Adebayo's relentless nature. He said, quote, "We have to match his intensity at both ends, trying to keep him off of the glass and trying to keep the ball out of his hands. Coach knows they can do it for stretches, but he wonders if they can do it for a full game." Back to you.
Thanks for that, Allie. The shot by Tyson, no good. The Warriors have gone 0 for 3 from the floor to begin this one. Back to Maxey. Shot clock at 6. Parked it down low that time. Got hit with the 3-second call. For Charlotte, they've gone 1 for 3 so far. And last season, the Warriors had their most success playing a small ball lineup, Grant.
Well, they more than held their own on the backboards in defending the paint. But you knew they'd look to add some size this summer.
Adebayo, no good. Outside Eason. Pass to Allen. Now here's Mobley. And here's Eason. The three is up. And Young pulls it down.
Not an ideal start for them. Still looking for their first field goal after 4 misses.
Adebayo against Allen. Young looking for an opening. That one goes. Now he's 1 for 2.
Nice work inside from Young. Not afraid of trying his luck down there.
And Steve Kerr wants a timeout. And we might see some changes. Coach potentially looking to adjust. It's the 2K leaderboard showing the teams with the most points off turnovers last season. The Warriors, second.
And whenever you turn the ball over against them, they pushed it right back at you. Last year, they were just merciless at exploiting teams whenever they made mistakes against them.
And a little over 2.5 minutes gone here in the first. Outside Maxey takes the three. And again, no good by Golden State.
I mean, just a tough start, missing their first 5 shots.
Pass to Adebayo. And Adebayo slams it in.
What a confident dunk by Adebayo. He knows there's little the defense can do once he's elevated.
Outside Maxey. Mobley outside. Gordon with a steal. Here's Tyson. Maxey covering. Young against Mobley. 6 to shoot. And Young, here we go. And that one's good. That makes him 2 for 3.
You can really feel the momentum swinging in their direction.
You know, they need to stay aggressive here. Build the lead up while they've got the chance. Don't waste this opportunity.
Now here's Easton. He's scoreless for 3. Maxey. And after missing his first 3 shots, he drains it. 1 for 4.
Really showing you how quick he can be with the basketball. Maxey letting it fly in a hurry.
Hardaway against Easton. Outside Hardaway. Gordon with a screen on Easton. Hardaway from outside. Mobley grabs the board. Warriors trail by 5. Thompson passes to Maxey. Mobley outside. Thompson a screen on Gordon. Down low. And it's Thompson that time on the assist by Mobley.
Good work down low. I mean, I like how confident Thompson is from this area.
And Charles Lee wants a timeout. Coach probably just checking to make sure everybody's on the same page here. Clint Capella, he's checked in for the Warriors. Barrett comes in for Easton. And Brunson's got the ball here for Charlotte. They want to keep rolling here following the win against Brooklyn.
And as a rule of thumb, the road can really test your team's depth. But they all stepped up and collectively produced a lot of points.
And, you know, the guys on the bench have great confidence in themselves. And when their name was called, they were ready to compete and contribute.
For 3, Maxey. And James Harden pulls it down.
Man, miss after miss for him. When you're having a quarter like this, the only beneficiary is the defense.
High arcing shot. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up. The Hornets are led by head coach Charles Lee, who was a 2-time champion as an assistant Clark.
Yeah, that's exactly right, B.A. He won a title as an assistant coach with the Bucks in 2021. Then another as the top assistant for the Celtics in 2024. And that's exactly why Lee was brought to Charlotte, to establish and build a winning culture.
And he knocks down the first one.
And Brunson really is a leader both on and off the floor. His example, when he speaks words of truth and passion. And his will and drive to win is infectious.
Both free throws good from Brunson. And one unfortunate distinction for the Hornets, Clark, the only NBA team to never win their division.
And to add to that, the second lowest number of playoff appearances after the Pelicans. And, you know, B.A., with no immediate postseason prospects, Charlotte fans have to understand this is going to be a process that takes some time.
First trip to the free throw line for him tonight.
Yeah, those were fine numbers he posted at the line. It was hard to find fault with anything he did from the stripe.
One shot.
That's good from DeRozan.
It's pretty clear that DeMar DeRozan is an outstanding athlete. He can outrun you, he might outwork you, and he's able to be everywhere on the floor, and he does it with kind of unique grace and finesse.
One of the trickier plays to judge, but it would be hard to argue against the call.
Yeah, you know, the officials aren't nearly as lenient as they used to be on that call. As a matter of fact, I know I got away with a lot of those in my playing days, but that was 40 years ago.
Can't tie it up. That one misses. Charlotte has gone 0 for 2 from outside. Sexton against Brunson. Six on the shot clock. From 13. And that one fall for him. He's 0 for 2.
He will not be happy with himself. Got a good look from mid-range there.
On the wing, DeRozan. Capella screen on Harden. DeRozan passes to Capella. Vucevic with a steal. It's an even 3-on-3 break. Here's Bailey, defended by DeRozan. Pass to Brunson. Vucevic against Capella. Clock at 6. Vucevic, the pass to Bailey. It's rebounded by Barrett.
Really good work by the defense to protect the rim and alter the shot.
Tipped away. 1:05 left in the first. Wiggins outside. Pass to Bailey. Back to Wiggins. Uses the glass to finish the layup. And the Hornets lead by 4. And a breakdown here, guys. The hustle stats for the Hornets.
Yeah, they're just attacking on defense, getting those hands out and knocking the ball free. I really like their energy defensively.
You know, points off turnovers is something else they've excelled in. I expect the opponent at least to try to squeeze that orange a little better.
Just great positioning to get the rebound, then get it back up.
Now 8 seconds separating the two clocks. Here's Brunson outside. It's rebounded by Barrett.
Yeah, the half and half balls are going their way, and that's really a function of effort and intensity. You know, the ball doesn't discriminate. Whoever goes and gets it, that's who owns it.
Year after year, DeRozan gives you that steady scoring presence. You can count on him to get his numbers.
Vucevic, a screen on Sexton. It's a tie game in the Bay Area, and the second quarter is on its way when we return. And we hope you're enjoying the game. Both teams tonight keeping things pretty even on the scoreboard so far. And what do you guys think about the Warriors here in this one?
Well, it looks like hitting the boards hard was an emphasis of their attack. They knew how valuable it was to do so.
Yeah, and you know, when a team establishes an edge on the glass early, it really sets things up for the rest of the game.
On the floor for Charlotte, we've got Trae Young. Bam Adebayo is out there with Aaron Gordon. Then it's James Harden, and it's Tyson in at the small forward position. Now here's Adebayo. In his last outing, 16 points for him. Here's Gordon, using his post moves to get the 2 points.
And Gordon's jumping ability combined with his reach make him a difficult matchup for any defense, especially when he's operating in the post.
Talk about guys who have springs for feet. Aaron Gordon's one of them.
Yeah, when people think of Aaron Gordon, I think they attach him to the dunk contest. I mean, he's so uber athletic. I mean, he put on a few amazing performances in that event in the past. But to the surprise of many, he actually didn't win the dunk contest, but he's become a really good all-around player.
And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from Allie.
Thank you, Brian. Trae Young is getting recognition for his playmaking. He said, I've been top 5 in assists since I've been in this league, but I've been able to score so easily. People consider that selfish at times. I'm not even worrying about what people got to say. I know what I do. Back to you guys.
Tuning out the noise. All right, Allie, appreciate the report. Now here's Maxey. A 23-point game for him in the win against Milwaukee. Pass to Young. Shoots over Maxey. Nifty stuff from Trae Young.
And the defense has to be more aware, or else Young will stick them from the mid-range every time.
Outside Maxey. Back to Eason. Mobley down low. Gordon's on him. Good work defensively by Gordon.
And the shooter had very little space on that attempt.
And guys, that's exactly the kind of high-impact defense they want to see out of him.
Young, the pass to Adebayo. Shoots over Allen. And no good. Had a chance to take the lead. The Warriors have got 2 of 3 shots to go in the second. Back to Maxey. Golden State needs to get off a shot from deep. Mobley. And the rebound goes to Charlotte. Next matchup, they'll be at home against the Celtics. That game marks the start of a 4-game homestand for the club. Here's Tyson. Yet to see a basket. Here's Adebayo. Oh, and Mobley with the block.
Mobley said nope. Entry denied.
Outside Eason. Maxey with a screen on Harden. Maxey against Young. And the call will be against James Harden. That's his first foul of the game. And Steve Kerr wants a timeout. I think right now he might be looking at some adjustments. And the Defensive Player of the Year for 2025, Evan Mobley. What makes him so formidable, Grant?
Well, you know, he has a similar physical frame to Hall of Famer Kevin Garnett. Long-armed and athletic at 6'11". And the intangibles are all there as far as timing and IQ.
R.J. Barrett, he's checked in for the Warriors. Charlotte also making some changes. Wiggins, he's checked in for Gordon. And Hardaway is subbed in for Harden. And it's the Warriors with the ball. Their defense has only allowed 4 points in the quarter.
A great read between those two guys. The defense didn't stand a chance, B.A.
These two teammates right here, Grant, they are connected.
And I tell you what, guys, that's a big play to make in a close game. Potential momentum builder there.
Now here's Hardaway. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet. 5 to shoot. Adebayo. Can't connect. Now 2 of 6 for the game.
This has been a close game in a lot of ways, but they do have an edge on the boards.
We've seen it time and time again in games. Effort and determination on the glass can make up for a lot of other weaknesses.
And here's Charlotte now, following the score by Golden State. Wiggins outside. Mobley grabs the board. Mobley's got 6 rebounds here tonight. Hardaway against Barrett. Outside Maxey. Set it up with a fake, but it's offline.
Not the best shooting night for him, but luckily his teammates have picked him up.
Hardaway, the pass to Young. Throws it up high. Oh, Adebayo finishes off the lob.
Oh, it's almost scary watching Adebayo throw it down. Incredible natural power.
Barrett against Hardaway. And he gets that one. Barrett's got his first bucket in this one.
They're punishing those late defensive rotations, getting good looks inside throughout the half.
And Charles Lee wants a timeout. He'll take the opportunity to regroup. And one key for quality teams in this league, beating the opponents you're supposed to beat. What goes into that, Grant?
Well, B.A., they call them trap games. An opponent that, on paper, isn't up to your level, especially when they're missing key guys. The thing is, can you find that juice to take care of business?
And the Warriors will go with a different look here. Capella, he's checked in for Jared Allen. Collins comes in for Mobley. DeRozan is checked in for Thompson. And it's Colin Sexton in for Tyrese Maxey. Charlotte also making some changes. Nikola Vucevic is checked in for Adebayo. Bailey comes in for Tyson. And Brunson is subbed in for Trae Young. Now here's Vucevic. Still no points. And here's Bailey for 3. Again, the miss by the Hornets. 1:46 left in the first half. Here's Barrett. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. It goes on Tim Hardaway.
Yeah, the aggressive mindset of Barrett, looking to score and force defenses into difficult situations.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
The first free throw is good.
And with Barrett, we know he can score the ball. Now he must focus on becoming a better passer and facilitator.
And the Warriors making a switch here. Thompson's checked in. Both shots good from the stripe. Here's Brunson. He picked up 18 points in their last win against the Nets in Brooklyn. Pass to Hardaway. Capella against Vucevic. Here's Bailey. 6 on the shot clock. Hardaway with a screen on Sexton. Puts it up. They get it again. Controls the rebound and the putback.
Boy, establishes position with a strong base. You got to box out Vucevic better than that.
Thompson passes to Capella. On the wing, DeRozan. Back to Capella. Good, and it's DeRozan who picks up the assist. And the Warriors lead by 6.
And I like how they focused on getting high percentage shots, especially after the 3 balls weren't falling early on.
Yeah, and that's a nice adjustment on their part. Even for the best three-point shooting teams, sometimes you got to do a little something different to get your offense going.
And Bailey gets it to go.
Yeah, Bailey's footwork is advanced for a rookie. It allows him to stay in control on the move.
Sexton passes to DeRozan. DeMar work in the lane.
And their offensive execution has really picked up here in the second period.
Yeah, and it should help them increase their separation here. I mean, this has been an impressive offensive output.
3-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Vucevic's shot is off.
And they just continue to dominate the boards.
Guys, I think they've simply been the more physical team, and that's why they're ahead.
The 3, Barrett. And that's not gonna go. And so it's the Golden State Warriors leading by 6 as we wrap up the quarter. And their defense has been able to bottle up James Harden, one of the league's elite scorers. Let's send it courtside and check in with Allie. Thanks very much, Allie. We'll be back soon to start the second half of basketball.
And thank you for joining us, as with 2 quarters in the books, it's looking good for Golden State.
You see their intent right away, Shaq. I mean, finding high percentage shots, that's great. Right now, that's their advantage.
Yeah, they've established a strong foundation offensively, and they're building on that. And during that first half of play, these 2 leading the way for their respective teams.
Yeah, they're both smart-driven, extremely talented. They've been putting on a show, man.
Taking control individually and as the leaders of their teams.
Thanks for tuning in.
And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been a fairly even one. Here's Eason. Tari Eason is out there with Maxey. Then it's Jared Allen. Then it's Thompson. And it's Mobley in at the 4. That's the Warriors 5. Maxey passes to Thompson. And he lays it up and in. Thompson's got 6.
Defensively, they've got to get more bodies in the paint. That's 3 straight field goals from below the free throw line.
Pass to Adebayo. Shoots over Allen. Adebayo, no good. The Warriors lead by 8. Outside Eason. Now Mobley. And there's a 3-second violation. With a break here, let's see which teams racked up the assists during last year's campaign. The 4th spot held by the Warriors.
And what really stands out to me about this team is how they share the rock. They don't want good shots, they want great shots. And collectively as a team, that's what they seek out.
Pass to Hardaway. Jacks up a 3. It's rebounded by Golden State.
Good job hitting the glass. They're +8 in rebounding.
Mobley outside to the middle. Stolen by Young. Boy, they'd love if anyone could get a bucket.
Yeah, their offense has been grinding to a halt.
Gordon with a screen on Easton. Shot clock at 6. And a deep three from Young. The rebound by Allen.
Not the start you want coming out of the locker room, missing 3 straight like that.
All right, Grant, when we talk about the range Trae Young possesses, just how dangerous can this guy be?
Well, when he's on, he's a nightmare matchup for defenses. Once he crosses half court, he's a threat to score, which in turn really helps open up the floor for everyone else on his team.
Pass to Tyson. Outside Young. The three. That is Trae's shot. The three.
Put the first 3 misses behind them and finally ended their third quarter drought.
Outside Maxey. Now Easton. Oh, there's the alley. Mobley outside. For 3, Maxey. The shot, no good.
Hey, it was a good look, one he normally capitalizes on.
Pass to Tyson. Now here's Adebayo. Allen defending. Adebayo, no good.
And I'm sure this isn't how they drew it up at the half. Only 1 for 5 here in the third quarter.
Now here's Maxey. Here's the 3. And it's Tyson with a rebound.
Yeah, and the defense has really got to tighten up on him. I mean, he's just too dangerous from the three-point line.
Pass to Young. Charlotte needs to get one up in a hurry. Hardaway, no good. And Maxey's got the ball here for the Warriors. Thompson outside to the paint. Here's Mobley. And Mobley throws it down.
Oh, the hammer. Mobley, a powerful dude out there.
And Charles Lee wants a timeout. Coach taking this moment to speak to his guys. Maybe alter some of the game plan. Changes here for the Warriors. Capella comes in for Jared Allen, and it's R.J. Barrett in for Thompson. A big group substitution here for Charlotte. Vucevic, he's checked in for Bam Adebayo. Bailey comes in for Gordon. Harden, he's checked in for Hardaway. And it's Jalen Brunson in for Young. We've gone about 3.5 minutes here into the third. On the wing, Harden. 6 to shoot. Over Barrett. Harden can't hit. The Warriors lead by 9. Inside. Here's Mobley. It's good. And he drew contact on the shot, so he will go to the line. A 3-point play opportunity. And he's got his first opportunity at the line here tonight. Wiggins, he's checked in for Tyson. Free throw, no good for Mobley. Well, you ask the older generation about load management. They'll bend your ear about back in the day, Grant.
Oh, yes, we will. But it's true that today's players average more distance covered per game, even if they're not walking uphill both ways. So you got to take that into account. Their offense has been unstoppable, just firing on all cylinders.
And, you know, the lead just keeps growing. I mean, this game is not going to get out of their grip. They're going to keep pulling away.
Will it go? The kick out to Brunson. Takes a 3. Easton pulls it in.
They've shown the power inside. Their rebounding effort has been sensational.
Guys, that's putting it mildly. I mean, they've been absolutely dominant.
Maxey finds Barrett. Back to Maxey. Let's go with a 3. And the Warriors with another 3.
And when it comes to the 3, they've been really dialed in here in the second half.
Yeah, you got that right. I mean, you got it real right. They are lighting it up from beyond the arc this half.
And Charles Lee wants a timeout. We might see him looking to make some tweaks to the strategy. And some changes here for the Warriors. DeRozan is checked in for Easton, and it's Colin Sexton in for Maxey. Bam Adebayo's checked in for Charlotte. To the inside, deflects the pass, and stolen by Mobley. Here's DeRozan. And it falls all over the rim and in. 9 points for DeMar DeRozan.
And what's working here? Each guy is willing to make the next pass.
Back to Adebayo. Throws it down, and the official calls a foul. It may be a three-point play. It's going to be Evan Mobley. All right, guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the Warriors.
Well, the coaching staff has to love what they're seeing on offense. There's so many assists because how this team is moving the ball.
And they've also been ferocious inside, really taking advantage in the painted area and making good on those chances.
Free throw's good, Adebayo.
You have to love the style Bam brings with him to the floor. He's such a spirited player, and you can see his teammates enjoy it as well.
Mobley outside. Pass to Capella. Screen by Capella. The three from Sexton. Another three for Golden State.
I mean, Sexton can shoot from anywhere. Strong from beyond the arc.
Adebayo is screen on Sexton. Here's Brunson outside. Warriors with the rebound.
It's just been a brutal outing for him. He still hasn't managed to make a shot, and the team is struggling because of it.
DeRozan looks it over. Pass to Capella. Over Brunson. And there's Capella. That one's good. On the assist by DeRozan.
That's been typical of their performance today. They're sharing the ball and creating good shots.
Really a prime example of the difference in how these teams have operated offensively. Much more individual play at the other end.
Brunson. And that one drops for him.
Doesn't matter which hand he uses, Brunson is an excellent finisher around the rim.
And so Sexton will bring it up for the Warriors. Pass to Capella. And here's Sexton. And the rebound goes to Charlotte. Adebayo's got 4 rebounds now. Back to Brunson. Outside Adebayo. From downtown, it falls. 5 for 11 in the game.
And just an effective offensive talent. Adebayo plays so hard, and that's really what drives his game.
1 second separating the shot clock and the game clock. DeRozan outside. Not going to go that time. And here at the end of the third, it's a double-digit ball game. The Warriors on top, up by 16. And don't go away. We'll be back in a few moments. It'll be the fourth quarter of basketball coming up next. And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
And he definitely deserves the award. Reading the defense like a point guard.
Terrific versatility coming from a big man. Not something that the majority of big guys possess.
And with the fourth quarter upon us, time is running out for this game to become competitive. Fourth quarter on the court for the Hornets. Bam Adebayo is out there with Aaron Gordon. Then there's Jalen Brunson. Then it's Trae Young. And it's Tyson in at the 3. Barrett finds Thompson. Maxey, that's good. And the Warriors lead by 18.
Hey, we've seen Maxey take the big jump. Now he's one of the game's best scorers.
Brunson surveys. Over to the left wing. Here's Tyson. And the rebound goes to the Warriors. 60 ticks off the clock here in the fourth. Maxey against Young. Outside Barrett. sweet little floater.
Such a gutsy player. Barrett takes on challenging defenders in style and stays in control.
Barrett against Brunson. And they tell players your career is short. Maximize your earnings. But sometimes guys take less credit.
And you know, different things go into that. Winning, comfort, and in some cases, you're talking legacy, you know, for those rare players who've been with one team their whole career.
Maxey against Young. Thompson, a screen on Young. Inside. And the slam dunk by Thompson.
They've been very well-rounded and extremely focused.
Almost no holes in their performance tonight. They've been tremendous.
Outside Brunson. Pass to Adebayo. Young against Maxey. Young, the pass to Adebayo. Good on the shot. 14 points for Bam Adebayo.
The explosiveness off the screen. I mean, Bam's so good at knowing where to roll to after setting picks.
Outside Maxey. Puts up a three. Fires in the triple.
This guy's really flowing with his stroke right now. He hit one earlier, and now he has 3 in this half.
For Charlotte, they've gone 1 of 4 since the fourth quarter began. Some nice passing by Charlotte here. Gordon can't hit. The Warriors lead by 23. Pass to Allen. Here's Barrett. And here's Thompson for 3. And it's Jared Allen with the foul. That's his first foul. Mobley, he's checked in for Barrett. And a change for the Hornets. Hardaway's checked in for Brunson. Charlotte's gone 0 for 2 from outside here in the fourth quarter. Young against Maxey. And that one's good. Young.
The control of Young, unleashing a devastating dribble move and finding the shot.
And here's Eason. Allen, right side. Young against Maxey. And the rebound goes to Charlotte.
Well, you got to miss sometimes, but that one seemed like a gimme.
Mobley against Gordon. Pass to Adebayo. Outside Hardaway. The 3 is up. The rebound by Allen. Allen's got 8 rebounds in the game. Here's Easton. Yes, and a nice assist from Thompson.
That's a gimme right there. That's exactly what you want.
And so it's Young with it. He brings it up for Charlotte. Pass to Tyson. Something the league has worked towards, seeing small market teams competing at a high level, Grant.
Yeah, this league isn't just for the big cities. Smart drafting and team development can make any organization elite. And of course, that's the beauty of it all.
Outside Maxey. There's the triple. Adebayo grabs the board. Adebayo's got 6 rebounds here tonight. Adebayo sets a screen. Ooh, stolen by Allen. Eason, the pass to Thompson. Here's Mobley. The kick out to Maxey. Pass to Eason, right wing. Just 5 on the clock. 4-3. Good D by Hardaway. Hornets trail by 21. Out to the right wing. Now here's Gordon. And here's Adebayo. And they force the shot clock violation. Great D. Now here's Eason. Time called here. The Warriors decide to talk it over.
He recognized his players were fatigued and needed time to catch their breath.
we have a chance to see our player of the game, Tyrese Maxey.
Yeah, I really liked how he found a rhythm out there from the three-point line. He elevated his game with his efficient and timely shooting, which really helped his ball club tonight.
Hey, these fans love him so much, and when he gets it going, they respond. The crowd's energy fueled his performance.
Great teamwork on that drive, punctuated by a strong finish.
That is the perfect fast break, guys. Getting a hoop before the defense can get set.
Here's Sexton, and counted from 12 feet. And the Warriors lead by 21.
Great awareness by Sexton to find the soft spot. Nice pull up there, pure from mid-range.
Keeps it alive. Oh, he hangs in there and cashes in on the second chance points.
And this one hasn't been in doubt for a bit now. They came out on a mission, and you can bag up this win for the Warriors.
When you look at their assist totals, you can see why it was easier for them to score. The ball was really popping tonight.
And good things seem to happen when you're patient and willing to make the next pass. Their offense has flowed really well.
And this one concludes with their second victory of the year. And while there were some guys out there that played well, what really stood out was the production for Tyrese Maxey.
So impressed with his performance today. He was confident, he was composed, and the defense just didn't know how to adjust.
Shot clock at 3. Wiggins, no good. This is why you want ball movement and player movement.
And that's made it hard for the defense to key in on any one individual.
Capella finds Sexton. Nice assist and nice finish. Solid play all the way around.
This is what winning is all about. Playing your best when it matters most.
Yeah, you know, once they got victory in their view, a huge injection of energy and a great run to finish it off.
Young inside. Check by Sexton. Some solid defense from Sexton. And so Golden State takes this one, and by a big margin. Boy, they were something special to watch tonight, and the crowd loving every second of it.
It's always a great feeling when you play this well for your fans. This team really showed what it's capable of.
And that'll do it, folks. For Clark Kellogg, Grant Hill, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian Anderson. Thank you for watching. And time now to introduce our player of the game, Tyrese Maxey.
And a chance for everyone to get some shots up. Find the touch. Find the range. Find themselves. We're almost at game time. Welcome, sports fans. Thanks for joining us. It's the NBA on 2K Sports. Here with Coach Stan Van Gundy and Greg Anthony, this is Kevin Harlan. And patrolling the sideline for us again tonight, Allie LaForce. And a chance now to look at the schedule coming up for the Toronto Raptors. On Tuesday, they'll be taking on Jaylen Brown and the Indiana Pacers. Then on Tuesday, they'll face off against Jimmy Butler and the Los Angeles Lakers.
And looking at the Utah matchup, that one's going to be the 7th game of the season, almost a full 10th of the season played after that one.
Here are the 5 for the Raptors. They've got Edgecombe, Williamson out there with Jalen Duren. Then it's Michael Porter, and it's Curry in at the 1. And for Atlanta, Saddiq Bey is out there with Avdija. Then it's Tyler Hero, and it's Nikola Jokic, and it's Morant in at the point guard position. Tonight, I'm looking forward to this, Greg. We're going to see the speed and the skill of NBA guards. 2 of the league's best going head-to-head.
And when I think basketball, I envision guards pushing the tempo, taking threes. The modern NBA has a lot of talent. The pace has never been higher.
And so it's the Hawks getting on the board first. There's Porter with the 3. That one's in, his first shot this game.
Well, you want to answer back with 3 points? Give the ball to Porter Jr.
Jokic a screen. And a wide open look for Hero. Another 3 for Atlanta.
Both teams running perimeter-oriented plays that are working.
Well, you know it's become a 3-point shooting league. Teams shooting a steady diet from outside.
Here's Edgecombe. With the drive. Pass to Duren. Good defense by Jokic.
Suffocating defense to keep the layup from falling.
Jokic sets the screen for Avdija. It's stolen by Duren. And here's the break. Here's Porter. An easy 2 points on the layup. Porter's got 5 now.
And you look at Edgecombe, he had really good assist numbers in college, and there you could see it translate at this level.
Now here's Morant. Really had troubles in that loss to Boston. Morant sets a screen for Hero. Just 5 to shoot. Puts one up from 19. Rebound by the Raptors. They come into this one following a loss to the Thunder.
Well, what did them in was all the missed free throws. It could have been a much different outcome.
Yeah, and it can be deflating when you leave all those points at the line. But it generally is a make-or-miss league.
And you talk about size, coach, strength, and bounce. Jalen Duren drawing comparisons now to a young Dwight Howard.
Yeah, he certainly is, Kevin. And look, I like to be careful when we're making those kind of comparisons with a young player and a Hall of Famer like Dwight Howard. But there are similarities with the athleticism and the relentless approach to defense and rebound.
Now, here's Duren. Here's Williamson, and the Raptors tack on 2 more.
Well, you can't start the game much better than this. 4 of 5 from the field.
Jokic with a screen on Curry. Here's Morant. They can't stop the run with that one.
That's not a bad shot at all. It just didn't go in. Sometimes the process is right, and you still get a bad result.
Here's Curry with the 3. Avdija with the rebound. The Hawks trail by 4. Pass to Morant. Here's Bey. The tray. It's hauled in by Michael Porter.
Finding space on the perimeter, but he couldn't capitalize.
The shot from the low post is good. Porter's got his 3rd bucket of the night.
I like Porter Jr.'s movement, working the defense to find his opening.
And Quinn Snyder wants a timeout. He's going to take a minute here to get things straightened out. So here we are, Greg, looking at this roster of the Raptors. What is the path to contention?
Well, perhaps an opening in the East for them to make a move. Going from good to great, that's tougher and will require them to develop or acquire some superstar talent.
And the Hawks making a change here. Aldama's checked in, and Toronto also making a switch. Cade is checked in. Now, Hero, not a lot of room. Morant outside. To end the drought. The Hawks again can't hit.
Well, this was his shot to miss, honestly. Poor coverage, good setup. He just couldn't knock it down.
And Duren slams it in.
How much power from Jalen Duren. Goodness.
And so it's Jokic with it. He brings it up for Atlanta. 8-point game. This game against Toronto here, it's their first look at the Raptors.
And they won the season series against this club last year, but, you know, then again, so did a lot of other teams. Just strong work defensively there in the low post. You got to be tough down in the paint.
Yeah, that's an outstanding defensive stand in close.
Now, here's Duren. Curry wide open, and he can't extend the lead to double digits. Hero passes to Morant. Pass to Aldama. Morant outside. 4 on the clock. Fires the 3. Porter pulls it in. Porter's got 4 rebounds in this game. Right now, let's take a moment here to catch up with Allie LaForce on the sidelines.
I briefly spoke with Quinn Snyder. I asked him about keys to the game, and he said all roads lead to Steph Curry, in particular, his movement off ball. Coach said even when you try to switch, he finds little pockets of space, then he uses that quick trigger to beat closeouts. It's never an easy matchup. Back over to you, Kevin.
Terrific, Allie. We appreciate the report. They need a good offensive possession.
Yeah, they've gone a long time without a bucket.
And Quinn Snyder wants a timeout. Coach is going to take a few minutes to regroup and go over the strategy. And the Hawks will go for a different look here. Jakob Poeltl's checked in for Jokic. Johnson comes in for Avdia. Black's checked in for Tyler Hero. And it's C.J. McCollum in for Morant. McCollum finds Aldama. Back to McCollum. Looking to end the run. Toronto grabs the miss.
Yeah, credit the defense there. Not allowing the easy layup.
And that one drops for him.
And this has been a great job of just getting into the middle of that defense and really scoring effectively from the paint.
Here's Black. Back to McCollum. 1:32 left here in the first quarter. Inside, 6 to shoot. Poeltl with the steal. And oh, here we go. McCollum's got it. The fast break chance. Count that bucket.
Well, McCollum can do it all when you give him the keys.
1:09 left to play in the first quarter. Pass to Queta. Now here's Saric. Shoots over Aldama. Now Giddey. Saric with the screen for Giddey. Down to 5 on the shot clock. The 3. The shot, no good. The Hawks trail by 10. Pass to Black. Poeltl, high post. Kicks it out to Johnson. This one for 3. Saric grabs the board. Raptors have gotten 8 of their 13 shots to find the bottom of the bucket. Just 1 second between the shot clock and game clock. Here's Giddey. Still scoreless. Saric just screen on McCollum. And there's the whistle. Illegal screen.
And not the most common call you'll see in the NBA, but hard to argue that pick wasn't illegal.
Yeah, and that's maybe something that should be called more. We see a lot of moving screens in today's NBA.
And so it's Toronto with a 10-point lead. Some breathing room heading into the break. A look at the field goal percentage numbers tells the story of what tough defense they're playing today. And we've got more M2K Sports coming your way after this break. And if you're just tuning in, we've got a wide margin on the scoreboard, but plenty of time left for a comeback. And a moment now to look at the scoring approach in terms of where the points are coming from for the Raptors.
Well, they're in a great flow. The ball's moving. All those assisted buckets means the offense is running well.
Also, they're getting into the teeth of the defense. Points in the paint, something coaches always love to see.
So for Toronto right now, they've got Šarić. Stephen Curry's out there with Josh Giddey. Then it's Zion Williamson. And it's Coward in at the 3, the small forward.
And forceful there from Bey, attacking the iron.
Screen by Šarić. Here's Curry with the 3. And Poeltl pulls it down. The Hawks trail by 8. Bey finds McCollum. Back to Bey. And stolen by Giddey. And the dunk by Williamson.
He is such a powerful dunker. When Zion is cleared for takeoff, he doesn't pass up those opportunities.
Pass to Avdia. Williamson against Bey. McCollum right side. Over Curry. And it's Toronto with the rebound. Next up will be a home game matched up against the Pacers. That game marks the first half of a quick 2-game homestand. Šarić outside. Back to Curry from past the arc. The 3 ball from Curry.
Curry is just lethal from outside.
And so it's Avdia with it. He brings it up for the Atlanta Hawks. Trailing by 13. Poeltl sets the pick for Bey. He's looking for Poeltl and finds him.
Strong move to the 10, trying to get his guys going.
Hard not to get motivated, GA, right when your teammate makes that kind of play.
Well, that's exactly what's needed when you're trying to turn things around.
Williamson against Bey. Williamson outside. From the arc, Avdia with the rebound. Avdia's got 4 rebounds now tonight. Even after pivoting towards their youth, GA the Hawks last season had an improved record.
Yeah, they traded away a bunch of rotation veterans, but the young fellas showed they were ready to step in, and this group didn't miss a beat.
And they're beginning to just flat out fall apart defensively right now, especially on the interior.
And the Hawks will go for a different look here. Jokic has checked in for Poeltl. Santi Aldama comes in for Saddiq Bey. Tyler Hero, he's checked in for Black. And it's Morant in for McCollum. And then for Toronto, Jalen Duren. He's checked in for Šarić. Porter comes in for Williamson. And it's Edgecombe in for Josh Giddey. Here's Edgecombe. An absolute bomb from 3-point range. Edgecombe's got 6.
Yeah, that's back-to-back threes. The D just seems to be slacking off a little bit.
Hero. Pass to Aldama. Back to Avdia. Hawks passing it around. There's Hero with the 3. Good, and the assist goes to Jokic. And that's now 6 points for Tyler Hero. Now let's take a minute to talk to Allie LaForce courtside. Allie.
Well, Stephen Curry is nearing the finish line. He said every year there's some new style, new energy coming through that challenges you. And seeing these young dudes come up and understanding how much talent there is, this is not going to be around forever. So enjoy every moment of it. Back to you, Kevin.
Thanks a lot, Allie. Pass to Aldama. Trying to find Jokic. Gets it to him. It's Jokic inside.
And of the last 6 baskets, 5 have come on the interior. This is just smash mouth physical basketball, guys.
And here's Porter. He has 7. Lets the 3 fly. Jokic grabs the miss. The Hawks trail by 7. Pass to Hero. Outside, Avdia. Here's Jokic, defended by Duran. Morant with a wide-open look. No good on the 3. In Toronto, they've gone 3 of 8 from the field since the beginning of the second quarter. Curry kicks to Porter. Pass to Duran. The Raptors need to get a shot off. From the wing. Here's Edgecombe. The rebound by Tyler Hero. The Hawks have gone 5 of 7 from the field here in the second. Morant surveying the D. Here's Aldama. That's in, coming off the assist from Jokic. Jokic has got 3 assists tonight.
Oh, great ball movement there.
Stan, you know, you think about the release point on Jokic's outside shot. It is tough to get to.
Yeah, Kevin, it certainly is. And the problem is if you start to come out of your stance to try to get to that shot, Jokic will just pull the ball down and beat you on the drive.
They need this one. Edgecombe, no good.
And guys, his shot hasn't been falling this quarter. Time to settle down, refocus, and get a really high percentage look.
Outside, Avdia knocks down the 3 ball. Avdia's got his second basket of the night.
A tough start scoring the basketball, but they're starting to turn it around now.
And timeout called by Darko Rajakovic. He's going to take his chance to talk to his guys. Johnson's checked in for Avdia. And Toronto making a change here. Giddey the pass to Keita. Over in the corner, Kuminga. And again, Toronto no up. And here's Morant. He'll bring it up for the Hawks. Trailing by 2. They couldn't put the pieces together, losing that last matchup with Boston.
Yeah, in that one, the shot selection wasn't terrible, but they had to tighten it up. It did not happen.
Seems like they did all they could, and sometimes it still doesn't go your way.
It's Giddey with the drive. No one near Edgecombe as he lets it fly. No good on the triple.
Well, clearly it hasn't been his best game offensively, but collectively, they've still found a way to get the lead.
Pass to Jokic. Hero from long range. And that's it for the first half of action. What's been a very close game here. The Raptors out in front, up 2. Well, we've got a moment now. Let's go courtside to Allie LaForce. Allie.
Coach Quinn Snyder with us now, and Coach, a bit of a lull for this team's scoring.
Hey, Allie, thank you so much for that interview. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back with you for the second half of the game right after this.
Welcome, everybody. It may be early on in the season, but not too early to take a full assessment of the Eastern Conference standings.
Well, I think for the Raptors, they've started this season on the right foot, something we kind of expected, given their offseason. We'll see if this is a pace they can maintain as the year rolls on.
And in our game with the Raptors, a close, entertaining first half.
Playing well on the road can be very difficult. They're doing a good job despite the challenges.
Away from home, they aren't letting the crowd get into their heads. In fact, they've looked comfortable at times. And that is a wrap. Now let's send you back to Kevin Harlan for the start of the third quarter.
And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard yet. One guy who's been getting it done is Michael Porter.
Yeah, and just look at the numbers from the first half. He has been very efficient.
Yeah, it's not like he's getting everything at the rim. He's playing smart and just taking what the defense gives him.
Jokic is out there with Bey. Then it's Morant. Then it's Tyler Hero. And it's Avdia in at the 3 spot. That's the group starting the second half for Quinn Snyder. There's the lob to Duren. Oh, that's offensive interference. The Hawks trail. Morant with it. Scoreless thus far. Pass to Jokic. Kicks it out to Hero. Good, and the assist goes to Jokic. Hero's got the opening bucket to start the second half for the Hawks. GA now in year 3 under Darko Rajakovic. The Raptors are staying the course.
His contract runs through next season, and he's all in on developing these young players and getting the best out of them.
Well, getting a bump on Porter, it's a common strategy defensively, but he knows that, and he's ready for it.
Outside, Hero. Over in the corner, Avdia. Bey with the screen for Avdia. And Bey throws it down.
And some hang time on the rim. Puts a little cherry on the top of that slam.
Well, those kind of displays of strength can get one team rolling. Outside, Porter. Morant against Curry. To the wing right side. Porter kicks to Williamson. A 3-ball. Avdia with the rebound. Avdia's got his 5th rebound in this one. Morant against Curry. And it's Morant missing. Toronto trailing. Over to the wing. Fires the 3. Rebound, Atlanta. Avdia's got 6 rebounds here tonight. The rim-rattling 2-handed jam.
Well, he brings the heat. Hero giving the people what they came to see.
They've been struggling here on offense.
Yeah, a bit of a dry spell for sure.
And timeout called by Darko Rajakovic. Looking for a breather and maybe adjusting a thing or two. For the Hawks, Jakob Poeltl's checked in for Jokic. Black comes in for Hero, and McCollum subbed in for Morant. The Raptors making a switch here. Just over 2.5 minutes gone by here in the second half. Out to Saric. Lets it go with the 3. Hits the 3-point bomb. Saric has got it all tied up now for the Raptors.
Yeah, the playmaking of Zion is a bit underrated. He created that 3 with the kickout pass.
Nice ball movement here by Atlanta. And here's the fast break. And the dunk by Edgecombe.
And you want to talk about hang time. Edgecombe is still going up while others are coming down.
Like to thank AT&T for bringing us that spectacular look from their connected cam. And so McCollum will bring it up for Atlanta. Over to the left wing. Poeltl with a screen on Curry. To the inside. And the dunk by Poeltl.
Going to the rack with energy. And the D afraid to cut him off.
Yeah, got to chalk that one up to some shaky defending.
And with the score as close as it is, these are the opportunities you truly can't allow.
That's to Williamson. Outside Curry. Jacks up a 3. And it's Coward missing. The Hawks have gotten 4 of the first 5 second-half shots to fall. 80% since the break. Screen by Poeltl. Back the pass to Poeltl. Solid play in the low block, and that one's good. Poeltl's got 8 points. And GA, you know, some people argue that defense has declined in recent years. Would you agree?
I think mostly it's just harder to defend in today's game. You have to cover so much more ground, and with the lack of physicality, it just makes it more challenging.
Pass to Saric. Poeltl with the steal. Oh, and a fast break for Atlanta. Here's Avdija. Lays it up off the glass. Avdija's got the lead up to 4 now for Atlanta.
And a nice spark for their offense here in the second half. Now above 50% for the game.
Here's Williamson. Rebounded by the Hawks. McCollum looking it over. Shoots the 3. That one doesn't drop. Raptors trail by 4. Over in the corner, Edgecombe. And again, Toronto no up. Hawks have gone 6 of 8 on field goal attempts in the third. A 75% clip. Takes the assist and lays it in. Picked out the pass nicely. And that's now 6 points for Saddiq Bey. And timeout called by Darko Rajakovic. He's going to take a few moments here to check in with his team and regroup. Atlanta making some changes. Santi Aldama's checked in for Bey. Johnson comes in for Avdija. And it's John Morant in for Anthony Black. Outside Curry. Now Giddey. He has yet to score. And he comes up with the deuce.
Well, Giddey looks so comfortable running these sets. Sees the floor well. Makes good decisions.
Pass to McCollum. And here is Poeltl. Now here's Morant. From outside, off the mark.
And the team has gotten it done here in spite of his performance. Still 0 from the field.
Atlanta leading by 4. Poeltl sets the pick for Johnson. To the middle. And the dunk by Poeltl.
Not the kind of aggressive defense they need to cut into the lead.
Yeah, you have to protect the rim, Greg, a little better.
Yeah, I'd consider calling timeout right away after that one. The defense has to be better there.
1:11 left here in the third quarter. It's stolen by Aldama. Giddey against Morant. Curry with the steal. Here's Giddey. Good, and Curry gets the assist. Curry's got 3 assists tonight.
Well, great job by Giddey staying composed there, refusing to let the physical defense throw him off.
McCollum outside. 3-pointer. It's rebounded by Giddey. Raptors trail by 4. Outside, Kuminga. It's good from long range. Kuminga's got his first 3 points of the game.
And you have to keep an eye on Kuminga on the outside because he won't hesitate.
McCollum against Curry. McCollum no good. Williamson dishes to Curry. And the Raptors hit again from deep. 7 lead changes now, and we're just in the third quarter.
Yeah, frustrating for a coach, but it's great to watch as a fan.
We're at the end of the third, and we've still got a close one. Raptors lead by 2. And we're coming back in just a moment. Get ready for the fourth quarter of action when we return. Now let's take a look at our assist of the game presented by State Farm.
And definitely deserving of the prize tonight. How about the read he made here? Looking like a point guard, putting the pass right on the money.
Well, his height gives him the ability to see the floor, and he makes a quick decision and a great pass.
3/10 quarters behind us. One more to go. Thanks for being with us as we begin the fourth. So for Toronto right now, they've got Michael Porter. Jalen Duren is out there with Jonathan Kuminga. Then it's Josh Giddey. And it's Edgecombe in at the shooting guard. And Kuminga throws it down.
That's as easy as it gets for Kuminga. Defense has to bring more energy than that.
Bay with a screen on Giddey. Morant passes to Bay. Now Jokic, defended by Duren. Shot clock at 6. A 3 from Morant. That's in, coming off the assist from Jokic. Jokic has got 6 assists in the game. And we've played through about a minute here in the fourth. Steps back. Pass to Edgecombe. Giddey surveying the D. And a wide open look for Porter. And the Raptors hit again from deep.
Yeah, they're relying on their three-point shooting and getting pretty good results.
Outside, Hero. Jokic sets the screen for Hero. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. And so it's Giddey with it. He brings it up for Toronto. Kuminga. And Kuminga throws it down.
Always has his head up. Giddey unselfish with it.
The Hawks trail by 4. Morant outside. Pass to Johnson. Now here's Morant. Clock at 6. From outside the arc. It's hauled in by Michael Porter. Porter's got 5 rebounds tonight.
And another miss. Ooh, he's having a really ugly game.
Yeah, about as ugly as you can have, you're right. Here's Duren. Porter kicks to Kuminga. Off target from outside.
And on an open look like that, he's very gifted at making the weak coverage pay.
Johnson, the pass to Morant. That's in there. Johnson with the assist.
Well, normally Morant is scoring off the dribble. It's good to see him being effective off the ball.
Pass to Duren. Bay against Kuminga. Here's Duren. Toronto working the ball around now. And here is Giddey. Deflects the pass. Jokic with the steal. To tie it up. Morant goes hard to the basket.
Well, he was scuffling with his shot in the first half, but since the break, he's been putting it all together.
Porter, a screen on Morant. Giddey kicks to Porter. Pass to Giddey. Duren sets the screen for Porter. Over Johnson. It's hauled in by Jokic.
That's one he knows he should have drained.
Morant outside. Pass to Jokic. I think we see a lot of change in the NBA, but Nikola Jokic always seems to stay in the MVP conversation.
And not just in it, at the top of it. His ability to affect the game is basically unmatched. He dominates in just about every single aspect.
Well, you know, a great thing about Jokic is the cohesion he brings to the team. His ball movement and teamwork are contagious.
Diaz checked in for Johnson. And then for Toronto, Williamson is checked in for Kuminga. And Curry subbed in for Josh Giddey. Jokic against Duren. Morant outside. And once again off the mark by Atlanta. Toronto's gone 1 of 2 from three-point range here in the fourth. Curry with the bounce pass. Pass to Porter. There's the triple. That's the 6th make from the field. He's taken 9 shots and missed but 3.
I like going to Porter there. He's got great size for a wing and can come up with big points.
Jokic high post. Duren's on him. Duren pulls it down.
Well, he was in attack mode, but it's hard to score with a man in your shirt.
Here's Curry. Porter outside. Curry outside. Now Duren. Holy cow! What a bailout!
Well, this is where Duren looks to score, and it's why he shoots such a high percentage.
And timeout is called by Quinn Snyder. It's a chance for them to regroup and refocus. Now we'll hear from Allie LaForce, and she's got a story for us. An update. Allie?
Well, Quinn Snyder had some words for his team over the break. He said to his players, "I believe in you. I know what we have." It was less about X's and O's and more about the team's identity. Guys, they play for one another.
Allie, thank you so much. Curry with it. Duren with the screen on Morant. Oh, that is a big-time jam.
Well, positioning and size win Duren the offensive rebound, which he then cashes in on.
Here's Avdia. Count it!
Look, he's the kind of player that has you awake at 3 a.m. asking yourself, how do I stop that?
Curry looking around. Tough finish, Curry.
Stronger than he looks. Curry able to take the hit there and finish.
1:24 left to play here in the 4th. Duren against Jokic. A floater of the 3 doesn't go.
I can't believe he missed that 3. Regardless, that's not a shot the defense should be giving him.
Porter inside. Defended by Avdia. Yeah, that goes in.
And we'll just watch the clock wind down, guys, in what will turn out to be a win here for the Raptors.
Looking at both these teams, they're great rebounders, and on any given night, you might not know who would have the advantage on the board.
They made the most of those extra rebounds as well, Kevin.
And every win important, and this one will go down as win number 3. And one of the league's top talents, game in and game out. And doing it here again in this one. A terrific night for Michael Porter.
Well, bottom line, he was just unstoppable at times. Not much you can do when he's playing with that kind of confidence.
Just too big a deficit to come back from at this point.
Well, you want your players to keep playing hard, but let's be honest, this game's over.
And it's the Raptors' ball. They're on a 15-6 run. Morant against Curry. And so it's Toronto winning this one. This was a very strong showing for him, Greg. Not necessarily a runaway win, but one they'll feel very good about.
And let's face it, anytime you can go on the road and win in the fashion they did, you have to feel good about it. Really an outstanding effort all the way around.
And Allie LaForce has got something now for us from the floor. Allie, take it away.
Thanks so much, Stephen. A big-time victory tonight. What aspect of this win pleases you the most?
It was a full team effort. Obviously, you look at the stat sheet, but the little things I'm talking about that we did to win the game tonight.
Terrific, Allie. Thanks. And that'll wrap it up, folks. And for all of us here at the table, Stan Van Gundy and Greg Anthony and our terrific sideline reporter, Allie LaForce, this is Kevin Harlan thanking you for being with us tonight. And we'll see you next time.
Hello and welcome to the NBA on 2K Sports this Tuesday evening. And on tap tonight, it's the Detroit Pistons going up against the Chicago Bulls here at their home, United Center. Brian Anderson here, joined by Grant Hill, Tim Legler, and our reporter, Allie LaForce. And for an idea of how the league is shaping up right now, take a look at these latest power rankings. No movement for them, maintaining their top 10 spot.
Well, right now for the Pistons, they're hanging in the lower third. The pack so far. But it's only the start of the season, so it's not panic time yet for all the fans out there.
Now a look at Detroit's starting lineup. We've got Sarr, Shaedon Sharpe out there with Halliburton. Then it's Flagg, and it's Johnson in at the power forward position. And for the Bulls, Damian Lillard out there with Lou Dort. Then there's Mitchell Robinson, and then it's Anthony Davis, and it's McDaniels in at the small forward position. And in the first year of a 5-year, $150 million extension, Jalen Johnson, a key player for his team moving forward, Legs.
And he's coming off that shoulder surgery, an injury which ended his season prematurely, and he's a lefty, so hopefully that won't be an issue going forward.
Let's not forget he's Milwaukee tough, too. Now here's Lillard. Davis with a screen on Halliburton. For three, here's Lillard. Hits a three-pointer.
Lillard gets so much lift on his three-pointers, it's almost effortless how he shoots.
Sharpe against Dort. Pass to Halliburton. Sarr with a screen on Lillard. Clock at 6. Here's Halliburton. Damian Lillard with the rebound. Chicago with the ball. They're coming off a loss against Miami.
There obviously was a breakdown at the defensive end. They gave away too many clean looks.
Well, they say film doesn't lie, and you can just imagine these guys watching this film. It's going to be an ugly sight for sure.
And so here is Chicago, following the score by Detroit. Lillard outside. Off target with the three.
And you just can't afford to give up that kind of look very often.
There's a screen by Johnson. Halliburton for three. Gets the three ball to go. Halliburton's got 5 points.
At the perimeter, Halliburton has a lot of confidence. He's just about always ready to take that shot.
Dort, the pass to Lillard. The Bulls with another miss.
Well, he was hoping to respond with a three of his own. He just couldn't get it to go.
Sarr misses.
Well, they did a great job putting a body on him, and they didn't allow him to convert.
Now here's Robinson. Rebounded by Johnson.
That's the shot you hope for. Right at the rim. Just couldn't capitalize.
Sarr a screen. And he lobs it up. And finished off by Sarr.
Oh, man. Between his size and mobility, Sarr is the perfect lob threat.
And so Billy Donovan calls timeout. He's going to take a minute to regroup with his players. A tremendously mobile 7-footer. Great defensive upside, Tim, for Alex Sarr.
And he's still working on his offensive game, B.A., but he has the potential to be a disruptive defensive force with his length and agility.
On defense, Detroit. Lillard outside. Pass to Dort. To end the run. He's off on that one. Good D by Sharpe. And here's Johnson. Detroit moving the ball around. Halliburton outside. The three. Chicago with a rebound. And this is their first time matched up with the Pistons this year. Halliburton against Dort. And once again, off the mark by Chicago.
He got the space he wanted for his mid-range. He just wasn't able to convert.
Three-pointer, Halliburton. McDaniels with the rebound. Bulls trail by 4. Here's Lillard outside McDaniels. And out of bounds. Detroit will have it.
Pistons ball.
All right, let's go to the leaderboard and see the top passing teams last season. 5th on the list, the Bulls.
Well, you think back to what they did a year ago, sharing the ball and keeping everybody involved. That was one of their trademarks.
DeAndre Ayton, he's checked in for Chicago. Okongwu's checked in for the Pistons. Halliburton outside from behind the arc. Nails it from 3. Halliburton's got his 3rd basket on the night right there.
What a release. Halliburton getting rid of it.
And let's send it over to Allie LaForce.
Hey, Anthony Davis talked about what motivates him. He said championships, the things I do in the community, being a good teammate, playing hard. All that stuff matters the most to me. Don't get me wrong, money is amazing, but my legacy will win that battle every time. BA, back to you.
Priority straight. All right, Allie, thanks a lot. For Chicago, Paul George, he's checked in for Davis, and Ivy subbed in for Dort. And it's the Bulls with the ball. They trail by 7. George outside. 5 on the clock. To end the drought. Rebound Detroit. This game following their win against the Rockets.
A big difference in that one. Their ability to convert from range. By and large, they took some really good shots.
They move the ball well, and let's face it, they've got plenty of pure shooters on that roster.
Ivy with the ball. Halliburton picks him up for 3. George. Okongwu with the rebound. The Pistons lead by 7. Here's Murray Boyles. Lays it up and banks it in. Chicago has gone 1 of 4 from deep. Tim, how do you like this blend for the new Pistons? Wily veterans alongside the new blood.
I love the way they have built this team. Shooting was their Achilles heel, but these veterans bring spacing and savvy. I love seeing DeAndre Ayton in attack mode. He anticipated an opportunity for himself, and he went for it.
Halliburton outside. Sharp against Ivy. Pass to Okongwu. Oh, the dunk by Okongwu!
Growing his passing game. Sharp knows being able to reliably create for others will really round out his skill set.
And he misses his first shot of the game.
Yeah, you have to knock those down. Open shots inside the arc are rare in this league.
Halliburton outside. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair. And few players are more valuable to their teams than Tyrese Halliburton, Graham.
Yeah, he leads the way for them, BA. An efficient scorer, elite playmaking, and disruptive defensively. And, of course, he makes clutch plays at both ends.
Free throw good, Halliburton. All right, Tim, we're in the earlier portion of an NBA season. As a player, was this part easier, harder, or about the same as down the stretch?
No, BA, I think it was a little easier early in the season because your body felt fresh. There was an adrenaline and a newness to the season. Often later in the year, you get much more worn down physically.
And if you're in contention, the pressure and the stress picks up as well.
No doubt, particularly coming out of those dog days, the dead of winter.
Fades. Detroit with a rebound.
So far, rebounding has been a focal point for them.
Jackson outside. Halliburton against Ivy. Halliburton right side. Pass to Fears. The three-pointer off the mark. And here's Westbrook. He'll bring it up for the Chicago Bulls. 11-point game. Lets the three fly. Rebounded by Halliburton. The Pistons on offense. They've gone on a 16-2 run, not allowing much. Murray Boyles can't get it to go. Ivy passes to Ayton. Here's Westbrook. Chicago passing it around. Knocks it down from distance.
And something Ivy continues to improve. He's becoming a real threat from downtown.
Here's Fears, pounded by Westbrook. Pass to Murray Boyles. And that one's good. That makes him 2 for 3.
So far, they're owning both ends of the floor. We'll see if they can keep this going.
Well, the score reflects it. They've just been the better team all the way around.
Isaac with a screen on Green to the middle. And the dunk by Isaac.
The big-time throwdown.
Check him out. Keeps the grip on that rim after the finish. A little extra emphasis. Tyrese Halliburton getting it done for Detroit. He put together 10 points in the quarter. All right, we'll get back to the action after this break. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And a closer look here at the scoring breakdown for the Pistons.
They've done a great job establishing an inside presence. Now that'll open up more options offensively throughout the remainder of the game.
Another highlight for them has been their early ball movement, making quick, decisive passes to set up guys for great looks.
Luguentz Dort out there with Russell Westbrook. Then there's Davis. Then there's Mitchell Robinson. And it's George in at the small forward position. So that's the 5 in the game for Chicago. It's stolen by Johnson. And the Pistons pushing it up now. Oh, and Johnson slams it in.
Yeah, that time they're out in the open floor, and Jalen Johnson finished off that break beautifully.
Westbrook, the pass to George. Three-pointer. Here's Robinson. Rebounded by the Pistons. Johnson's got 4 rebounds now. Pass to Jackson. Back to Green. Shot clock at 6. He shoots. And a great job by the D, contesting that shot and forcing the miss. Davis, the pass to Westbrook. Closing in on 2 minutes played here in the second. George finds Westbrook. The 3 ball. That one no good. Good D by Sarr.
Practically a block. Good, strong challenge.
He didn't quite get a hand on it, but he did enough to affect the miss.
George against Green. Here's Johnson. Cash money on the open jump shot. Johnson's got 4 points this quarter.
Well, Johnson should get credit right there for staying ready and making himself available off the ball.
Davis a screen. George outside. Pass to Davis. Shoots over Johnson. Nice touch by Davis inside.
He is an overpowering presence inside. AD playing with so much confidence and force in the paint.
Now here's Green from the high post. It's hauled in by Robinson. Westbrook, the pass to Dort. Westbrook right side. George outside. And they're going to count that bucket, and they'll send him to the line. It could be a 3-point play.
Yeah, that's vintage Paul George right there. He kept his composure, and he completed the play.
And this is his first trip to the line tonight. And so Billy Donovan calls timeout. He's going to take a moment to give him a breather and talk things over. For Chicago, McDaniels comes in for Robinson, and Lillard subbed in for Westbrook. And Detroit making a change here. That's good from George. Tim, so many different offensive systems in the NBA. You have a personal favorite to watch?
Yeah, I think I've got a soft spot in my heart for those systems that involve player movement and ball movement, particularly trying to get shooters looks off of screens.
A love the .5 offenses, in and out of the hands, moving the ball fast.
No doubt about it, very difficult to defend.
Dort against Sharp. Okongwu, a screen on Dort. Oh, the dunk by Okongwu!
Not the tallest center in the league. He more than makes up for it with those crazy hops.
The Bulls trail by 12. George outside from deep. Yes, great play by Lillard to set it up. George has got 6.
A shooter shoot, and he didn't quit. Much better performance this quarter.
Has to flag, fires for 3. Chicago with a rebound.
He's got to be mad at himself. He won't get a better look than that.
Now McDaniels, George outside. Davis a screen for 3. Here's Lillard. Look at Lillard making it look easy.
Back-to-back threes, making their defense work on the perimeter a bit.
Here's Flag. No made baskets yet. Pass to Sharp. Here's Okongwu. George defending. And here's Flag outside. It's rebounded by George. Chicago trailing here. It's McDaniels on the wing, covered by Johnson. Now Lillard. Fires the 3. George, no good.
And he almost made them regret defending him so loosely.
Saw a screen. Outside Sharp. George with a steal. Sharp against Dort. Pass to Lillard. Davis a screen. Lillard passes to Davis. And here's George. Shot clock at 5. Over Okongwu. Rebounded by Johnson. Johnson's got his 5th rebound in this one. Sharp passes to Okongwu. And the 7-footer falls. Okongwu's got 6.
This is why they will go to him often. He's going to take and make shots.
Dort, the pass to Lillard. Davis a screen. Launches a 3. Another shot. Oh, AD, relentless.
Yeah, I love the work ethic there by AD. He just committed to out-hustling everybody.
And so the timeout by J.B. Bickerstaff here. He's going to talk it over with his guys. DeAndre Ayton, he's checked in for Anthony Davis. Isaac comes in for George, and Ivy subbed in for Dort. .125 left to play in the second quarter. Pass to Sharp. .6 on the shot clock. And again, no good by Detroit.
And he can't let that get to him. He should have made it, but he's got to focus on the next one.
McDaniels from long range. Doesn't go, and he's 0 for 1 from the floor. Halliburton against Lillard. Picked up by Okongwu. 3-pointer, Halliburton. And again, no good by Detroit. If they play this right, they can go 2 for 1.
Yeah, they really have to work the clock right now.
Sharp against Ivy. Pass to McDaniels. This one for 3. Sharp grabs the miss.
Nice rebound. Trying to match the other team's intensity right now.
And here's Halliburton. Last game for him, he picked up 10. Picked up by Okongwu. There's the 3. The shot off that time. And so it's the Detroit Pistons with a 6-point lead at the close of the quarter. Defense is setting the tone. Back to the game after this break.
Thanks for tuning in. Did you miss us? Before we discuss the game at hand, let's first check out the upcoming schedule.
I think for Detroit, you can already see they have the makings of a good team, but they also have things to iron out.
Splitting the first two games, this next one could indicate which direction they're headed. Turning back now to our game, lots of positives in that first half for the Pistons.
This has been a display of what we often talk about on this show. Unselfish ball movement usually leads to better shots. Now, I could say this. They're generating a lot of clean looks, guys.
Yeah, it's tough to beat a team that's in sync. Big advantage in the assist column. Check that out. And that's a wrap on halftime. Thanks for watching as we send you back to BA to call the second half.
And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during halftime. Tyrese Halliburton has been sensational.
Through 2 quarters of play, he's been an excellent source of points.
Well, and I expect they're going to continue to lean on him as we continue in this game. Why not? The way he's playing right now offensively.
Here's Sharp. No points yet. And on the floor for J.B. Bickerstaff as we get into the second half. We've got Sharp. Flag is out there with Jalen Johnson. Then there's Tyrese Halliburton, and it's Sarr in at the center, locking down the middle. Well, Grant, in 2024, you added Cooper Flagg to the USA Select team before he even played a game in college.
You know, B.A., he made me look really good, too. You know, he performed extremely well against the men's national team. And at just the age of 17, he already looked like one of the better players on the court that day. Easy look when the defender isn't fighting over the screen.
Yeah, and that's the effectiveness of the two-man game right there.
Lillard can't get it to go. The Pistons lead by 7. Halliburton, the pass to Sharp. Second half rolling along, about a minute played here. To the paint. Oh, and Johnson slams it in.
Man, that was impressive. Johnson can flat out fly.
Pass to Robinson. Davis a screen. Lillard against Halliburton. Just 5 to shoot. Lillard passes to Dort over Sharp. The shot by Dort, no good. And so it's Johnson with it. He brings it up for the Pistons. Next game, they'll get to take on the Lakers in Los Angeles. That'll be their second of 3 games total on this road trip. Davis against Sharp. Pass to Halliburton. 3-pointer. Oh, making it look easy. Halliburton.
Their ball movement on this run has been tremendous. It's led to a lot of good, clean, open looks.
And so Billy Donovan calls timeout. He might have seen something and needs to review with his guys. And Legs, is someone who has seen some of the great perimeter defenders over the years. Who's the best you've ever seen?
Well, the best defense, Brian, I ever played against were those mid-90s Bulls teams when you had to go up against Jordan and Pippen on either wing. And then more modern-day players like Drew Holiday, even a guy like Tony Allen when he was in Memphis. They stand out to me as well.
First team all defense, Tony Allen.
Year in, year out, a nightmare to go up against.
Westbrook, he's checked in for Dort. Taking a look back at last season, the team leaders in rebounding. In third, Chicago.
And they, of course, have a style of play that is all about physicality. I mean, they love to embrace the contact out on the court, but the possession game for them is always pivotal.
Every coach in this league loves assisted baskets. It indicates your offense is flowing the way it's supposed to.
Three-pointer, Halliburton. Chicago with a rebound. Robinson's got his 4th rebound in this one. Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
Thanks, Brian. It's important to focus on what matters. All-star and multiple champion Draymond Green said, winning has taken a backseat nowadays with a lot of these kids. They care about all the wrong things. I hope they understand that this league is about winning games at the end of the day. Guys?
It's all about results. Okay, Allie, good stuff. Halliburton against Lillard. And here's Green from the arc. Chicago with a rebound. Robinson's got rebound number 5 here tonight. On the wing, Davis. Down low. And a big finish by Robinson.
They're making smart adjustments, setting guys up for success.
And at the right time, they could have let this game get away from them, but they never stopped believing.
Halliburton. Ooh, nothing falling for them right now. Bulls trail by 4. Boy, the offense has been on point.
They have great timing and great communication. So hard to get stops against them.
Westbrook, the pass to Robinson. Shot from 12. Davis can't hit.
That's great shot selection, just poor execution. If you're going to take those mid-range shots, you've got to knock them down.
Jackson the screen. And here's Green from the arc. It's hauled in by Robinson. Robinson's got 6 rebounds here tonight. Pass to Westbrook. Beyond the arc. Sarr pulls it in. Sarr's got his 4th rebound in this one. Detroit leading by 4. Ooh, stolen by Westbrook. Screen by Robinson. To the middle. And that one comes off the assist by Westbrook. Westbrook's got 3 assists now in this one.
This is anyone's game now, and they have the momentum.
In order to cut into a lead the way that they have, you must be outstanding on both ends.
And so the timeout by J.B. Bickerstaff here. A moment to rest and confer on the game plan. Chicago making some changes. Ayton, he's checked in for Robinson. Isaac comes in for Davis. And Jaden Ivey subbed in for Westbrook. Now Okongwu. 6 points for him. Pass to Fears. Jackson the screen to win the cold spell. Chicago with a rebound. Looking ahead, they've got the Mavericks coming to town for their next one. Lillard finds Ivey. For the lead. Okongwu with the rebound. Okongwu's got 5 rebounds in the game. Okongwu, a screen on Lillard from 12 feet. Fears shot is off. The Bulls have gotten 5 of 10 shots to go. Ivey against Green. Ayton, a screen on Green. And here's Ivey from the arc. The shot misses. The Pistons leading. To the paint. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws. It's going to be on DeAndre Ayton.
I don't mind that. I mean, they met him at the rim and temporarily prevented the points.
You know, I heard Steve Kerr talking about this concept, the ball and stick theory, Tim, that some guys just have natural hand-eye coordination and will excel in any sport. You agree with that?
Completely agree. Typically, we think of athletic ability involving speed or quickness or verticality, but I think that hand-eye is critical and counts just as much as those other traits.
He hits the second from the line. And so Lillard will bring it up for the Chicago Bulls. They trail by 3. Pass to McDaniels. for the tie. Okongwu with the rebound. The Pistons shooting about 41%. Here's Flagg. Dort defending. Here's Murray Boyles. And here's Flagg outside. And again, no good by Detroit. Well, Chicago's shooting just 35% from the floor. McDaniels passes to Isaac. Now here's Ivey. And the Bulls making a change here. Robinson's checked in. And a switch here also for Detroit. Johnson's checked in. Dort outside. Pass to Lillard. 4 on the clock. Taken away. And the Pistons pushing it up now. Here's Fears. Finished off the break. And the Pistons lead by 5. All right, guys, a breakdown here of the hustle stats for the Pistons.
Well, their D has been a major story tonight. I mean, those steals and putting pressure on the ball, clogging the passing lanes, impressive.
I really like their effort in transition tonight, constantly pushing the pace and then turning that into points.
Shots blocked. And it's going to be out of bounds. The Bulls will retain possession. And we have to take another look at that block.
Yeah, good offense comes from great defense. This lead is only getting stronger with plays like that.
For 3, Robinson. The Pistons lead by 5. Pass to Fears. About 3 seconds between the shot clock and the game clock. Here's Flagg. Clock at 6. From about 19, that one doesn't drop. And that'll do it for the third quarter. Pistons ahead, up by 5. Don't go away. We'll be back momentarily. And while we have a chance, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
This is the definition of team chemistry. I love to see this kind of communication and connection between teammates leading to the perfect pass.
Well, coaches love unselfishness, and this is exactly what they're referring to.
Well, what a terrific game it's been so far, with this fourth quarter sure to bring more pressure-packed basketball. Anthony Davis is out there with McDaniels. Then there's Damian Lillard. Then there's Lou Dort. And it's Robinson in at the 5 down low. That's the 5 out there for the Bulls.
And the length is hard to contend with. Davis using all of it for the putback points there.
Dort with a steal. Pass to Lillard. Outside Robinson. Now Davis, covered by Johnson. From 12 feet, Davis can't hit.
But it didn't go that time, but that's a shot he should feel confident in taking.
Dort against Sharp. Three-pointer, Halliburton on target from range. Halliburton's got 9 points here in the second half.
That's 5 threes for him tonight and his third of the half.
Davis looking it over. Dort outside. It's tipped. Stolen by Sharp. And now the Pistons in transition. Here's Johnson. Oh, and Johnson slams it in.
What a two-way play. Just tremendous.
Yeah, the steal was slick. The slam topped it off.
What a great sequence. You gotta love the effort. That's big time.
Davis a screen. Inside. Ooh, the lead pass was in the perfect spot to set up the layup. Davis has gotten 4 this quarter.
Now, how many times have we seen AD run this action? He sets a screen to get open. Davis making it look so easy.
The open shot, Halliburton. And again, it's Detroit.
Defensively, you can't afford to get stuck on the pick.
Well, you just have to communicate those switches. If you don't, it's on you.
Dort outside. On the wing, Davis. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Just over 2.5 minutes played now. Final quarter of regulation. Johnson with the defensive effort. Outside Sharp. Johnson a screen on Dort. Three-pointer Sharp. Connects from downtown. And it's an 11-point Pistons lead.
Showing off some playmaking abilities with the pick and roll. I know coach likes seeing this from Sharp.
Lillard passes to Davis. Puts it up from 12. The Pistons clear it. Sarr's got 6 rebounds in the game. Sharp against Lillard. The basket drops, and he gets fouled on the shot. 1 free throw coming his way.
And Sharp has to be one of the best finishers at the rim in this young class.
And one thing's for sure, Tim. Shaedon Sharp, one of the most electrifying athletes in the NBA.
Yeah, B.A., he is a highlight reel every single night with plenty of runway left in front of him. I am curious to see what he'll look like when he's a finished product.
Outside for Dort. Back to Lillard. And again, unable to change momentum here. Now here's Halliburton. From the arc. Chicago with a rebound. Robinson's got rebound number 8 now. Dort to pass to Lillard. On the wing, Davis. Lillard outside. Over Sharp. Lillard with the bucket.
He's known for the long ball, but Lillard every bit as effective in the mid-range.
Johnson a screen on Dort to the inside. And it's blocked by Davis. Lillard left side. Pass to Davis. Wow, Anthony Davis throwing his weight around inside.
Over the years, Davis has packed on a lot of muscle, and it served him well right there.
And J.B. Bickerstaff decides to call timeout. He is not messing around, calling them into the huddle. Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
J.B. Bickerstaff had some words for his team over the break. He told his guys to stay after it, to not get complacent and lazy with this lead. He wants them to keep adding to it. We'll see if they're able to do it, guys.
Allie, thank you. Sharp against Dort. Here's Flag. Dort with a steal, and they're pushing it up. Now Lillard. The drive by Lillard. Oh, the feathery touch. Dropped it right over the rim.
Oh, wow. What a dangerous move on that drive. I mean, when Dame is coming in strong, it is so tough to stop him.
Dort against Sharp. Halliburton outside. Here's Flag. Sarr with a screen on McDaniels. Robinson rips down the board. Outside McDaniels. Outside Lillard. Robinson, a screen on Halliburton. Lillard fires! Misses the three!
Yeah, I think he forced that a little bit there. Should have tried for a higher percentage look from the three.
Halliburton. Robinson rips down the board. Bulls trail by 7. There's a minute 34 left in the fourth quarter. Robinson, a screen on Halliburton. And it's Lillard penetrating. Lillard! Got a step and converted.
It's Dame time. Whenever this team needs a big shot, he knows how to get one.
Outside Sharp. Shoots a three. Robinson rips down the board. And here's Chicago. Good momentum. 8 straight points. Robinson, a screen on Sharp. Lillard! And the three misses.
And he probably thought he was going to bury that one.
Now Johnson. Halliburton with the ball. The release from deep. The three ball is down.
Really feels like they're in control. They've got a big lead with time dwindling.
And this is where you really want to be mindful. No turnovers, no sloppy play.
Timeout called here. Chicago decides to talk it over. They trail by 8. Eight-point game. Ooh, Lillard takes the hit and scores.
The stakes don't shake Lillard at all. He stays cool and finds the clutch basket.
And so they choose to intentionally foul. And here's Detroit. The biggest lead of the game, 15 points. Oh, nice setup for the slam.
Every time I watch Sarr, I'm just amazed at how light off the floor he is.
And so it's Lillard who brings up the ball for the Chicago Bulls. Trailing by 8. Here's Davis. McDaniels fires. No good from 3. Now Sharp. So it's Detroit picking up the win. They have to feel good about this performance. It's one they can be proud of.
Very true. I mean, when you're out on the road, the wins can feel a little sweeter. This one has to feel extra special.
And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. For Grant Hill, Tim Legler, and Allie LaForce, This is Brian Anderson, thanking you for watching this 2K Sports presentation. And now let's take a look at our player of the game, Tyrese Halliburton.
Welcome, everybody, to another presentation of the NBA Live on 2K Sports. Doors, as we get deeper into this schedule now, the NBA picture is starting to develop.
Kev, I love it because the intensity around the league is starting. To tick up just a notch. You've got the teams that are very much hitting their stride and the others that are still trying to figure out, hey, what's working for us and what isn't working for us.
So here's Miami's starting group. They've got Drummond. Levine is out there with Nickeil Alexander-Walker. And then there's Antetokounmpo. And it's Wagner in at the 3, the small forward. Now here's Durant. Turnaround Jay. Hits some rim on the way in, and the bucket's good.
KD's shot selection is always on point. You want to concede the mid-range, he's more than willing to take it.
Wagner passes to Giannis. And the dunk by Giannis.
And the one-hand slam just looks so pretty when it's in his hand and he's the one doing the slam.
Agreed. He is smooth as silk, even on a power finish. Now here is Holiday. Here's Barnes, and a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot 2 here. It goes on Giannis Antetokounmpo. In his relatively young career, Scotty Barnes, GA, has played a number of positions.
Well, he's so versatile. He can be successful at a lot of different spots on the floor. A glue guy you can plug in just about anywhere.
The first one falls. Doris, nowadays, we see lots of high school transfers amongst elite players. One example, Scotty Barnes.
No, exactly, Kevin. This young man attended 3 different high schools, and I think what each guy is trying to do is raise the level of competition.
That's also good, so he hits both free throws.
This guy is such a professional, right? Goes about his business in a highly consistent way.
Wagner outside. Hands it from downtown.
What we know about Franz Wagner is this guy attempts a fair amount of threes for a reason. He's pretty effective, guys.
KD looking around. Launches it. Score the basket. His second of 2 attempts.
And guys getting into a nice groove here, starting to feel it.
And this is partly what the game has become, right? A matter of dueling three-point opportunities.
Now here's Levine. Last game he had 12. And stolen by Barnes. Goes up, and the dunk by Barnes.
Opportunistic play by Scotty Barnes, recognizing his teammate makes a defensive play. Let me get out in transition.
Right now, let's take a second to catch up with Allie LaForce on the sidelines.
I had a chance to catch up with Mark Daigneault. Coach reminded his guys that Giannis is one of the most dangerous players out there. He told his forwards that anytime he takes 2 steps, they'll need to impose their will to limit momentum. He said, quote, "If we're intimidated, we've already lost. Step up and deny his path." Back to you.
All right, Allie, thank you for that. Now here is Holiday. The wide open look for Durant. Off target with his 3. And here's Giannis. Alexander Walker passes to Giannis. And the slam dunk by Antetokounmpo.
Giannis will take on any defender. Nice finish that time.
And KD's got the ball here for the Oklahoma City Thunder. This game coming on the heels of their win against Toronto.
Yeah, torrid shooting in that one. Some of it was good play calling. Some of it was just making tough shots.
Well, give credit to a couple of their guys for their complete locked-in nature. They were just focused, and they made everything they looked at.
De'Aaron Fox is checked in for Drummond. So the Heat, their last game away against Chicago, connects from 3-point range.
One of the tough things about Kevin Durant, doesn't matter if it's off the dribble or in this situation off the catch, Durant one of the best, period.
Loads it up for Giannis, and stolen by Barnes. Caldwell Pope finds KD. And again, it's Oklahoma City with a three.
It just seems like the more he touches it, the more the lead grows.
Outside, Fox. Down low. Pass to Alexander Walker. Wagner from long range. Buries the long-range jumper. Wagner's got 6.
Oh, it didn't take long for Franz Wagner to get those 3 points back.
And DB, you watch how the Thunder play defense. Great rim protection.
Kevin, this philosophy is all about taking away the paint first. If the ball is in the paint, Sharks are in the water.
5 to shoot. KD with it. Outguarded by Giannis. Shot by Caldwell Pope, no good. The Heat trail by 3. Thiem passes to Fox. Over in the corner, Antetokounmpo. Again, the Heat, good for 2.
And when Giannis is sinking that shot, he is impossible to guard.
And so Mark Daigneault calls a timeout. Coach is going to talk some things over with the team. Might be seeing something to adjust. And the Thunder going with a whole new group out there. And a new group in for the Heat. Diabate's checked in. Josh Hart comes in for Franz Wagner. Daniels, he's checked in for Zach LaVine. And Matisse Thybulle subbed in for Nickeil Alexander-Walker. The Thunder have gone 5 of 8 from the field, shooting over 62%. Back to Conley. Pass to Adams. Out to Conley. Oklahoma City needs to get off a shot. Daniels with the steal. He takes it in.
Well, if you don't take care of the ball, fellas, that's what can happen.
Absolutely, Greg. That makes the turnover even more painful.
At the end of the day, though, it's 2 points. Don't hang your heads. Let's get refocused and play with more patience.
And here's Conley outside. Miami grabs the miss. This game coming on the heels of their win against Chicago.
And really showed their depth when they needed it most. On the road, having to manufacture points.
Well, how about the job they got from their bench? That productivity was a major part of the outcome.
Now here's Adams. Nothing on the board. Oklahoma City moving the ball around. Pass to Conley. 5 on the clock. Drills the three-pointer. And now we'll get a perspective here on how the hustle game has been going for the Thunder.
Well, they're really mucking things up for the opposition, racking up steal after steal, just not letting them develop any kind of offensive rhythm.
Another big component of their early game tonight has been points off turnovers. Great job converting on those chances.
He gets that one.
Nice work inside from the smaller Fox. So cunning and crafty around the rim.
A moment for an injury report.
I had a moment to catch up with the Heat's head athletic trainer. He let me know that it's a strained hip, which causes plenty of soreness and shooting pain in that area. Normally, this is an injury that would take a while to recover from, but they're saying he may be able to play on it. We'll be monitoring the situation and keep you updated.
All right, Allie, thanks for that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's going to be a while before we see him again, and that hurts. You hope to maximize your time in this league as much as possible. Being out that long has got to be heartbreaking for this young guy.
Here's Daniels. The Thunder making the shot. Fox, no good.
Definitely a situation you want to make sure you don't give him too good of a look.
And there's the call on Matisse Thybulle. That is his first foul of the game. .44 seconds left in the first. Outside Conley. Adams sets the pick for Conley. Just 5 on the clock. Good on the three-point shot. Now it's a 5-point Oklahoma City lead.
And they're getting their points now almost exclusively from the triple. 4 of their last 5 makes are from beyond the arc.
Pass to Diabate. Tried to answer back, but that three is off the mark. Now Brown. And it's out of bounds. The Heat will take it the other way. There's 10 seconds left to play in the first quarter. Here's Fox. Banked in off the glass.
And really, it's been a major aspect of their offense in the early stages here. Their success working the ball inside and getting points from close range.
Both teams have it going here early and still close through the first quarter. It's the Thunder. They lead by 3. And back with the start of the second quarter in just a moment. And this has been a fairly close game through the first quarter, and we'll see what happens here in the second. What stands out to you from Oklahoma City in this one?
I know it's early, but all those three-pointers, boy, do they add up.
And that's what has them ahead in this game. Their floor spacing has been just tremendous.
Scotty Barnes is out there with Rudy Gobert. Then there's Christian Brown. Then it's Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, and it's Holiday in at the 1. That's the lineup in the game for Oklahoma City.
Bad defense, bad shot. Neither working on that play.
So we're talking about Dyson Daniels here, Greg. Just how incredible a defender is this kid?
I mean, last season he came in second in terms of voting for Defensive Player of the Year, led the league in steals, and this young man's just getting started. Figures to be a problem for a long time.
Barnes outside. Pass to Caldwell-Pope. The baseline jam. Barnes can't get it to go.
Boy, taking what's there. Very good shot selection, just not the result you hope for.
Daniels sets a screen for Fox. Antetokounmpo against Gobert. Shot clock at 5. Giannis a screen on Holiday. Levine's shot is off.
We call that lockdown perimeter defense against an excellent three-point shooter.
Here's Barnes. It's good. It's his second basket. He's shooting 2 for 4.
You can see the confidence in that jumper building and building for Scotty Barnes.
Fox passes to Wagner. Outside, Levine. Here's Giannis. Buries it from about 10 feet away. 8 points for Giannis.
Guys, that's just really unstoppable. He poses a ton of matchup problems for whomever he's facing.
Pass to Barnes. Gobert with a screen for Barnes. Drops in the tray. Barnes has got the lead up to 6 now for the Thunder.
This isn't the focus of Scotty Barnes' game, but you wonder how proficient he becomes from deep.
And so Eric Spoelstra will call a timeout. He made the decision to huddle up with his guys and talk about strategy. Kevin Durant's checked in for Christian Brown. Andre Drummond's checked in for Miami. Alexander Walker comes in for Dyson Daniels. The Heat trail by 6. Let's go to the sideline and see what Allie LaForce has dug up for us. Allie, take it away.
Well, Drew Holiday understands the big picture. He said, quote, basketball is a two-way sport. As much as you train offensively, you need to do the same thing defensively. Doing defensive slides, wall sits, things that help you with your legs and your base. I've done that since I was little. It helps. Kevin, back to you.
Truly an elite defender. Allie, we thank you very much. Wagner has screen on Caldwell-Pope. Wagner on the wing. Another shot. It's good, and the Thunder lead is cut down to 6, and the bucket from Andre Drummond.
With that size and with that strength, it is such a problem trying to keep Andre Drummond off the offensive glass.
KD, that's for 2. Again, the Thunder score. Greg, you think about the value of those sage veterans on a team, guys that Been around the block, played a lot of years. Why are they so important?
Well, a lot of times they'll echo the message of the head coach. And I tell you what, it's also, as a coach, you love having those veteran players because you can trust what they're going to do on the floor. That consistency is really important, not just for the coaches, but the teammates.
KD's shot is good.
Another bucket. This guy just keeping his foot on the gas pedal.
Wagner outside. Pass to Levine. And he uses the glass on the layup.
Not just a jump shooter. Levine is very capable on the interior.
The Thunder leading by 8. Gobert with a screen for Holiday. And here's KD for 3. Yes, and it's Holiday with the assist that time.
And let's see, guys, if that triggers another little explosion from him after hitting 3 triples in that first quarter.
Drummond with a screen on Durant. Levine gets the bucket.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
Well, that three-point shot just gives you so much room to operate on the offensive end.
And so Mark Daigneault calls a timeout. This now will give him a chance to discuss some potential changes. And the Thunder with some changes. Vanderbilt's checked in for Gobert. Brooks comes in for Barnes. And it's Mike Conley in for Drew Holiday. And then for Miami, Diabate's checked in. And it's Josh Hart in for Franz Wagner. Pass to Durant. It's good from the top of the key. 20 points for KD.
In such a rhythm right now. Feathery touch. He's lighting them up.
Outside, Fox. Back to Alexander Walker. Hart outside. Offline with his 3. The Thunder leading by 10. Brooks outside. Pass to Vanderbilt. Back to Brooks. In the corner, Vanderbilt with it. Fox against KD. Diabate grabs the board.
Well, that's surprising. This guy is a good mid-range shooter, just can't get it to go.
Heat moving the ball around. Thibault finds Fox. Here's the 3. Gets the three-pointer to fall. Fox has got it back down to single digits for the Heat.
And over the years, Fox has developed into a consistent 3-level scorer.
Pass to KD. Tried to come right back with the 3 of his own, but it's no good. To the paint, here's Hart. The shot, no good. Nice D from Brooks. And so it's KD with it. He brings up the ball for Oklahoma City. They've led by as many as 11 points. Tough 2 from Durant.
This guy has absolutely owned this quarter. This is how you lead by example.
A pass to Fox. Here's Hart. Now, Alexander Walker. That one, no good. Caldwell Pope outside. 50 seconds left to play here in the half. That doesn't go either for Durant. The Heat trail by 9. And 2 free throws coming up, unable to get that one to go with all the content.
And I really love Fox's game. He's got a ton of room to grow, but boy, does he play with intensity.
Miami shooting their first free throws. First trip to the line in this one.
And look back a season ago, they did a solid job at the line, about 79% of their free throws.
And he knocks down the first one.
With so many great point guards in this league, sometimes a guy like De'Aaron Fox can be overlooked, but when he's on, no one can stay in front of that man.
Looking at who's out there now for the Thunder. Steven Adams, he's checked in for Durant. And Christian Brown subbed in for Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. Giannis Antetokounmpo's checked in for the Heat. Daniels comes in for Alexander Walker. Adams with the screen on Fox. And the foul on Dyson Daniel. That is his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Just 5 to shoot. Vanderbilt kicks to Brooks. Lets it go from deep. It's rebounded by De'Aaron Fox. Bible on the wing. And so it's the Oklahoma City Thunder in the driver's seat, up 8 points at the end of the quarter. We're shooting the ball so well in this one. A great performance from the field. Now let's check in with Allie LaForce on the sideline. What do you have for us, Allie?
I'm here with Mark Dagnall, and Coach, your defense has been on point. What have you been seeing out there?
Yeah, I thought early we were pretty well-intentioned, and we just weren't in a great rhythm, but it wasn't out of lack of trying. And then we were really active. I thought we really helped one another. We were really aggressive on the ball, made them feel our pressure.
Thanks, Coach.
All right, Allie, thanks for that. We'll be right back after halftime for the start of the third quarter. We'll see you in just a moment.
Thanks for being with us, and let's get straight into it with the players of the week. In the East, Victor Wembanyama.
Tremendous effort lately for this guy. Victor, 7'4". This dude is 7'4". Folks, I mentioned because skills-wise, he's kind of like a small forward.
Lots of great NBA players from France, but he has a good shot at being the best of that group. And looking back at the first half of this game, it's likely we'll see some adjustments for the Miami Heat.
Well, when you're missing threes, you have a couple of choices. Work the ball inside or try to shoot your way out of it. They've chosen the latter, Chad.
Indeed they have. That'll do it for our show tonight. Thanks for joining us, and we'll send you back to Kevin Harlan for more.
And for those of you just tuning in, thanks for being with us. The second half of this game still to play. What a game we're seeing from Kevin Durant.
He's done a fantastic job of finding open space to operate within the first few quarters.
One of the things every player is after is efficiency at the offensive end, and boy, this young guy has done just that.
The Heat trail by 8. Here's who Eric Spoelstra is starting the second half with. Wagner is out there with Antetokounmpo. Then it's Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Then there's Andre Drummond, and it's Levine at the shooting guard. Caldwell-Pope with it, now defended by Levine. Caldwell-Pope kicks to Holiday. Pass to Durant. Takes the 3. Rebound, Giannis Antetokounmpo. Antetokounmpo's got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. And a 4-time Defensive Player of the Year. Rudy Gobert is improving his perimeter defense as well, Greg. It's helped his overall game.
Yeah, teams have looked to pull him outside and test his lateral quickness. But I tell you, he holds up better than you think, and we know his presence at the rim.
And here's KD for 3. It's good, the assist that time from Holiday. Holiday's got 3 assists now in this one. Alexander Walker passes to Giannis. It's stolen by Gobert. Now here is Holiday. Hasn't made one yet. Durant's shot is good.
Kevin Durant has absorbed a big-time scoring role everywhere he's been. This guy is so special offensively.
Bounce pass from Alexander Walker. Antetokounmpo against Barnes. Kick out to Levine. Just 3 to shoot. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Levine.
All right, a moment to check out the stats for Wagner. Last season, he played outstanding. Last season, put up about 24 points per, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists. He's been nothing short of fantastic during that stretch. Offense coming very easily for him.
And so much of it, to me, is his ability to read the floor, make the right decision, and then go right after the action he wants.
And so Mark Daigneault calls a timeout. He's going to make some adjustments to the game plan. And while we can, here's a look at the teams that had the fastest hands in the league last season. Number 1, the Thunder.
You know, I don't know if the numbers even told the story. I mean, their defense was as good as it gets, often just leaving their opponents completely demoralized.
The Thunder leading by 13. Barnes looking around. Pass to Gobert, and stolen by Drummond. Here's Antetokounmpo. Alexander Walker passes to Wagner. It's Antetokounmpo on the wing. 6 on the shot clock. Over Barnes. Antetokounmpo, no good.
Not a terrific start here in the second half. 4 attempts, nothing to show for it.
Outside Durant, beyond the arc. Yes, and it's Holiday with the assist that time. Holiday's got assist number 5 here tonight. And Eric Spoelstra wants a timeout. He's going to have a discussion on the sideline. The Heat making a switch here. Diabate's checked in. Well, we're into the third quarter, just over 2.5 minutes played. Pass to Levine. Durant against Wagner. Right side, Antetokounmpo. Alexander Walker on the wing. And no good. The dry spell continuing for him. Outside Holiday. The 3. Miami grabs the miss. Antetokounmpo's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Stolen by Holiday. Here's Barnes, and the dunk by Barnes.
You see the strength of Scotty Barnes on that drive. If he creates momentum, you better look out.
The Heat trail by 18. Wagner passes to Levine. Over Caldwell Pope. Levine can't hit.
Boy, he's trying to give this team a spark, but the bucket simply will not go down.
And there's the call on Giannis Antetokounmpo. That's his 3rd foul of the game. And a new group getting ready for Oklahoma City. Steven Adams, he's checked in for Gobert. Dylan Brooks comes in for Barnes. Christian Brown's checked in for Kevin Durant. And Mike Conley subbed in for Drew Holiday. Dyson Daniels checked in for Miami. Fox comes in for Alexander Walker. Antetokounmpo setting the pick for Fox. Gets it to go from beyond the arc. Fox has got 11 points.
You get the sense Fox just improving with each game in terms of his pick and roll play, figuring out his angles, knowing when to pull and when to try to split or turn the corner.
Down low, it's tipped. It's stolen by Antetokounmpo. In the corner, it's Levine for the 3, and it's Antetokounmpo picking up the assist. 8 points for him.
A good look there, and he didn't waste it. His second 3 of the game.
Screen by Adams. Caldwell Pope kicks to Conley. No good from outside.
Well, he wanted to return the favor there for that last 3, but it just wasn't in the cards.
Loads it up for the setup and the slam by Giannis.
And if you're looking to make a big play with the pass, you've got to love Giannis. He's a big target on those alley-oop lobs.
Caldwell Pope for 3. Kept alive. And the foul called on Antetokounmpo. That's his 4th foul of the contest.
Boy, with your 4th foul, you are going to have to be selective with how you guard and how physical you are.
Vanderbilt's checked in for Kentavious Caldwell Pope. Some nice passing by Oklahoma City here. Vanderbilt setting the pick for Conley. Shoots over Fox. The Thunder with another miss.
Boy, if he ever finds his footing, they'll be in even better shape. Right now, his teammates carrying him.
And if you look at what he's done over the last few years, Greg, is Giannis still getting better?
The numbers say yes. Field goal percentage, points per game. He's still a double-digit rebounder, an all-time great, breaking new ground.
And with that, the Thunder lead is cut down to just 8 points on the bucket from Antetokounmpo. And so Mark Daigneault calls a timeout. He's ready to talk things through with them.
Trying to stem the tide here.
Yeah, this is why you hate to lose momentum. It can be hard to get it back.
And looking at the numbers for De'Aaron Fox, great showing for him last season. 15th in assists and amongst the league's top-tier scorers, top 20 in points per game.
And he was the consummate playmaker last season. Completely unselfish, always had his head up, looking for the open man. Brown finds Vanderbilt. Three-pointer, Brooks. And it's Miami with the rebound. Their next game is at the American Airlines Center in Dallas for a game with the Mavericks. That'll be the third game of this three-game road trip.
Every aspect of Giannis's game showing tonight, just unreal.
Pass to Brooks to end the cold streak. Giannis grabs the miss. Antetokounmpo's got rebound number 7 for him tonight. And the shot goes in. Now just a 4-point Thunder lead.
That's about simply playing hard. Wagner doing what it takes to find a shot in the interior.
Adams, the pass to Conley. And again, no good by Oklahoma City.
It's almost like he's trying to make things hard on himself. You know, he's just got to slow the game down, try to get some easy ones.
On the wing, Levine. Off target from three-point range.
Now, how about this? He cannot find his rhythm in this period. This has been tough sledding.
Three-pointer, Brooks, nailed from three-point land. Brooks has got himself on the board with 3 there.
And dialing up the 3 ball, he finally puts it in to the 14-0 run by Miami.
Conley against Fox. Outside Daniel. Clock at 6. And it's out of bounds to the Heat as Miami retains possession.
Gets a finger on it, but just can't quite come up with the steal.
But a really good read on his part, being disruptive at the defensive end right now.
Catching up on the changes for Oklahoma City. Kevin Durant comes in for Brooks, and it's Holiday in for Mike Conley. Heat also with the sub. Andre Drummond's checked in for Giannis Antetokounmpo. And it's Durant with the ball. He'll bring it up for Oklahoma City. And Holiday kicks to Adams. Durant inside. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. It's going to be on Dyson Daniel. For Oklahoma City, they have been perfect at the line so far, albeit just 2 for 2.
And just last season, they were at about 82% from the free throw line, so those numbers are always going to be positive.
Well, big man that makes their free throws. Bravo.
Well, we thought the third quarter was over, but it turned.
The previous play is under review.
The ball before the buzzer.
And they're making sure on this one, even though it may not matter in the grand scheme, but the replay process is faster than ever. You know, why not?
After the review, the ruling on the floor is overturned.
And the call is going to be overturned. The second look shows that he did, in fact, beat the clock.
Yeah, they're glad they're going to get those points. It wasn't too long ago that they wouldn't even have looked at it on the monitor, but replay's here, and it's here to stay for situations just like that one.
And we've reached the end of the third. Thunder lead by 7. And for 2K Sports, we'll be back here at Paycom Center right after this. Head coach Erik Spoelstra mic'd up along the sideline. Let's check it out.
Let's get this next bucket, and we got to put together a string right now. It's all right here in the head. It's right here in the head. Stay connected.
Greg urging his team to go on a run here.
I mean, they have what it takes, and Coach Spo right now just trying to spark a fire in his group.
The fourth quarter has arrived. So good to have you with us. Scotty Barnes is out there with Durant, and it's Rudy Gobert. Then it's Holiday, and it's Caldwell Pope in at the 2. That's the lineup in the game for Oklahoma City. Outside, Fox. Wagner as screen on Caldwell Pope. Fox, no good.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often.
Caldwell Pope pass to Gobert. Here's Alexander Walker, guarded by Holiday. Wagner outside. Again, the Heat, good for 2.
And the crisp passing has opened things up for them offensively.
Fourth quarter just getting started. 1 minute in the books. Outside Holiday. Barnes outside. Down to 5 on the shot clock.
No, not.
Pass to Holiday. Three-pointer. Outside for Caldwell Pope. Oklahoma City moving the ball around. Second chance shot. And Gobert with the lay-in. And the Thunder lead by 7.
You simply must account for Rudy Gobert and keep him off the offensive glass. He's done it his whole career.
Wagner as screen on Caldwell Pope. Pass to Wagner. The three-pointer, no good. Oklahoma City leading by 7. Caldwell Pope pushes to Holiday. And here is Durant. Here's Caldwell Pope, guarded by Fox. From deep, it goes straight through with the swish. Durant's got 34.
Kevin Durant just understands how to find the open spots on the floor. His scoring line, proof of him getting to the efficiency we always look to.
And we'll have a timeout called by Erik Spoelstra. He has decided it's the right time to talk. Antetokounmpo's checked in for Miami. And now Allie LaForce has something for us from the sideline.
Well, over the break, I listened in on Erik Spoelstra's huddle. He did his best to light a fire under them, saying, we have to fight. Now is the moment. We have to come out of this deficit swinging. Guys?
Thank you, Allie. So it's Miami now. They trail by 9 points. A pass to Fox. Bounce pass from Alexander Walker. From range, Giannis takes it.
You like to see Giannis hitting those, but you'll live with that if you're the defense.
Gobert with a screen on Daniels. A nice shot by KD.
Even though they have the lead, this guy keeping his foot on the gas pedal, I love it.
And just about 3 minutes through the fourth quarter here. Here's Antetokounmpo. Giannis making his presence felt down low.
And you love watching Giannis operate inside. So assertive enforcement.
Holiday, the pass to Durant. Over Daniels. KD can't get it to go. The Heat trail by 6. Fox with it. Now guarded by Caldwell Pope. And here's the upcoming schedule now for the Miami Heat. On Tuesday, they'll be facing Kyrie Irving and the Dallas Mavericks. And then on Tuesday, they'll be matching up against Anthony Edwards and the Milwaukee Bucks.
And looking at the Utah matchup, that will be the 8th contest of the year for them. The season is young, but they are starting to find their form.
That free throw missing. He hits the second from the line. Here's Holiday. Over 3.5 minutes through the final quarter now. Pass to Durant. Puts up a deep three. Rebound by the Heat. Drummond with a screen on Caldwell Pope. The putback. Rudy Gobert with the rebound. Gobert's got 9 rebounds in the game, getting it done. Holiday finds Barnes. Outside Holiday. Fires from deep. It's Drummond with the rebound. Drummond's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Drummond sets the screen for Fox. No good with the triple.
I mean, apparently he still has the green light to shoot threes, but he is in an absolute funk right now.
Barnes against Giannis. And it goes out of bounds. Last touch by Fox. Beans checked in for Nickeil Alexander-Walker.
Number 5, Zach LaVine.
6 to shoot. Here's Holiday. And again, no good by Oklahoma City.
And this is exactly what you have to do to stop him. That was a tremendous contest, forcing the miss.
The wide open look here for Fox. Bangs on the trifecta. Fox has got 4 this quarter.
That gives him his second 3 of the half with 3 total for the game.
Durant. Connect on the chain.
Efficiency has been the hallmark right now down the stretch. He is making the most of his opportunity.
And timeout is called by Eric Spoelstra. He's clearly intent on wanting to lock in and make sure everyone's on the same page. The Heat making a switch here. Wagner's checked in. LaVine outside. And the call is going to be, yes, it is, an illegal screen.
When a pick like that is questionable and creates that much of an advantage for the offense, you have to blow the whistle.
I don't think there's any question. There are so many rules that favor the offense these days. You've got to be able to equal things out when an illegal screen is set.
Durant trains it from distance.
The fluidity, the mechanics, the purity. KD's jumper is sweet.
Fox, 12-footer, gets it.
And accepting his role as a leader. Fox wants to come through for his guys in the big moments.
Here's Durant from deep. That one misses. 1:52 left in the game. Now Fox. Drummond with a screen on Barnes. Fox fires. Oh, the dunk.
Being delivery in a big moment. What a game we've got.
Oklahoma City leading by 3. Holiday with it. 1:29 left in the 4th quarter. 5 to shoot. Here's Durant for 3. Fox with the rebound.
And you could tell he thought that triple was going to fall.
Now onto the Kumbo. Here's Drummond. Now Wagner. To tie it up. Gobert there for the rebound.
He needs to drive to the rim. The shot just not going.
Durant with it. He's picked up by Drummond.
Kevin Durant loves late game chances. Boy, he's been in the spot many times, and he shows you how it's done.
Holiday against Fox. Nice use of the glass on the finish.
And that's Fox saying, I'm the top dog here. You need a big basket, you come to me.
Gobert with a screen on Fox. Here's Durant. Tries from 7. Basket is good.
late in the game, up big, they continue to attack.
And as a result, they may be facing just a little bit less resistance right now. They are having their way.
Now a timeout called by Miami. They're trailing by 5. What do you think we're going to see coming out of this timeout?
No time to waste here. Quick bucket and a foul.
Everybody has got to be in the exact perfect position defensively, and execution has got to be on point.
If Fox gets cut off from inside, he has options. That mid-range is a big part of his repertoire. Yeah, you have to do that, though. You can't just let him dribble the game out.
They led by as many as 18 points, and so they choose to intentionally foul. It's the first, and that gives them a 4-point cushion. So he goes 2 for 2 at the line, and it's a 5-point game.
And that should do it. No miracle comeback tonight, but boy, what a game, fellas.
And this is what dominating the glass looks like. He just cannot be contained.
Wow, what a performance. And he's not just winning with physical ability, he's winning with anticipation.
First free throw is good, and that increases their lead to 6. And so both free throws are good, and it's a 7-point game. So it's Oklahoma City picking up the win. They didn't make it easy on themselves or their fans, but in the end, everyone's satisfied.
Well, I mean, there were some times that momentum shifted, and especially early on, but let's give this group a lot of credit for that stick-to-itiveness in terms of finishing out and executing that game plan.
So let's go courtside, where Allie LaForce is standing by with our player of the game, Allie.
Kevin, you had a great performance individually. What made the game look so easy for you?
Well, my teammates, they played so well tonight, setting everybody up. And I knew it was winning time, so I just tried to be aggressive.
As always, Allie, we appreciate it. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. So for Doris Burke, Greg Anthony, and Allie LaForce, I'm Kevin Harlan, saying thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time. Have a great evening.
Coming up, live coverage of this Tuesday night NBA game here on 2K Sports. Here with Grant Hill and Richard Jefferson, this is Brian Anderson. Joining us from the sidelines, Allie LaForce. And a chance to see the latest edition of the Power Rankings. Always fun to see where everyone in the league stands. They're holding in the same spot, looking to climb the rankings.
Well, I think for San Antonio, they've played with a lot of effort over this last stretch. Sometimes that's the only edge you need to beat teams that are similar in talent. They're the class of their division right now.
Now let's take a look at the Rockets' opening lineup. Jaren Jackson out there with Isaiah Hartenstein. Then there's Kawhi Leonard. Then there's DeJounte Murray. And it's White in at the shooting guard position. And for San Antonio, Trey Murphy out there with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Then there's Alperen Sengun. Then it's Knipple. And it's Buzelis in at the 4. We know things can get heated between these two, Grant. No love lost in this matchup.
And that competitive fire, it grows when you're in the same conference. You get to see each other so often. You know, B.A., I think we're in for some good theater in this one.
Now here's Leonard. Boy, he just disappeared against Detroit. They needed him. And the basket is good.
And he's done this a time or two. Leonard with no panic late in the shot clock.
All right, let's get a report from Allie.
Well, I had a chance to talk with head coach Mitch Johnson. The two-way star Kawhi Leonard was at the top of the coach's mind. He told me we've seen Kawhi win those finals MVPs because at his best, he is as good as anyone in the world. Leonard doesn't just score it, he can also shut down your best wing. It's really tough facing him. Guys, back over to you.
All right, appreciate it, Allie. Here's Knipple. Down low to the middle. Here's Buzelis. Boom! He jams it straight down.
And the defense has to offer more resistance. Can't let guys like Buzelis get this close to the rim.
White, the pass to Leonard. Connects on the 17-footer.
Pick works well there, but the defense left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, that just comes down to a lack of effort. The defender has to do a better job fighting through the screen.
Now here's SGA. And there it is for him. SGA's got his second bucket on the night.
And the D can't allow Gilgeous-Alexander to get this positioning, because once he does, he makes you pay.
A streamlined rebuild for the Rockets. In 2021, they trade away James Harden. 4 years later, the #2 seed in the West, Grant.
And they haven't shortchanged their future either. Sure, they've added key veterans, but the bulk of their roster still very young with room to grow.
3 shots, 3 baskets. Great efficiency so far.
Wow, now this is how you want to start your games. Flawless shooting so far.
Leonard outside. Lets it go from deep. It's rebounded by Sengun. San Antonio leading by 5. No question, this offense has some firepower.
And they're looking very confident in all that they're doing right now.
Launches it. The rebound by Murray.
And that miss makes them 4 of 5 to start this one. Not a bad start.
White finds Murray. From outside the arc. Offensive rebound. And Hartenstein slams it in.
And their offensive rebounding is such a strength for them when he's on the floor.
Yeah, he really helps them extend possessions, doesn't he?
Yeah, you can feel Coach smiling on the sidelines with every offensive board.
Now here's Leonard. On the wing, Murray. SGA covering. Murray passes to White. Here's Hartenstein. Oh, and makes it with the kiss.
Yeah, he's going to work early on the offensive glass. He's so amped up.
With the start that he's having, I expect a monster night.
Sengun. And Sengun throw it down.
Hey, look, sometimes you just got to let the big man work. Sengun doing it in style.
Murray against SGA. Murray passes to Jackson. Şengün against Hartenstein. Just 5 on the clock. Murray for 3. Rebounded by the Spurs. They defeated Utah in their last game.
And they were aggressive. I mean, they went at their opponent, showing they belong.
San Antonio moving the ball around. Here's Şengün. Soft touch off the glass.
Man, that's now 10 straight points in the paint. I'm not sure what's happened to their defense, man.
And so Ime Udoka decides to call timeout. He's going to gather the troops and talk it over.
Adjustments are a part of every game and every quarter of a game. I think Coach sees something here.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity to get your group together and make sure everyone is on the same page.
A line change here for San Antonio. And with a pause in the action, here we have the best rebounding teams from last year. The Rockets, number 1.
Last year, this was a team that owned the paint. They were so committed to rebounding. And that's a stat you love to lead the league in.
The steal.
Ito yung isang bat.
Outside Wells. Pass to Harper. Back to Wells. Here's Podziemski. Just 5 to shoot. Here's Harper. Goes back up. And the bucket is Lively finishes.
I love this game plan. That's 10 points in a row from in close.
Outside Bagley. Outside Mitchell. Fires the 3. Houston with another miss. Spurs lead by 7. Pass to Podziemski. Lively with a screen on Mitchell. Over to the wing. From deep, Harper. Wallace pulls it in. Rockets trail by 7. Dosunmu left side. Pass to Bagley. Now here's Williams. Defense is right there. Wallace outside to snap the cold streak. No good there. San Antonio's gone 1 for 3 from beyond the arc. It's Podziemski on the wing. Here's Lively. Williams defending. And he was camped in the lane there. He gets a 3-second call. Well, Houston's shooting 33% in the first quarter. Dosunmu, the pass to Bagley. And here's Wallace. Now Dosunmu. He's covered by Wells. Pass to Bagley. Here's Wallace. Here's Williams. Excellent D there from Lively.
Look, the defense was locked in on him there. They know how dangerous he can be, and they guarded him perfectly.
Riley, good.
I just love the ball movement.
They need something good to happen here.
Yeah, they've gone way too long without a score.
Williams with the screen. Inside. Dosunmu outside. Here's Bagley. Oh, the big finish by Bagley.
Now, B.A., you know they would love for him to get more of those opportunities.
Well, that would cut into the deficit quickly if he does. To the paint. Here's Riley. Can't get it to drop. Ooh, good D by Bagley. Now here's Dosunmu. He's covered by Wells. Dosunmu with it. And so it's San Antonio up by a healthy 8 points at the end of the period. They've done well to disrupt the opposition, playing inspired defense. We'll be back in a moment.
Bagay na dapat lang.
And for those of you just tuning in, second quarter action is where we are. And let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for San Antonio.
I've really been impressed with how aggressive they've been inside, looking to capitalize from the paint whenever they can.
Another thing they're doing well early on is moving the ball, playing selfless basketball, and getting everybody involved on the offensive end.
They've got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Alperen Sengun out there with Buzelis. Then there's Trey Murphy, and it's Knipple in at the 3. So that's who San Antonio starts the second with. 5 on the clock. And the officials will call the illegal screen here. And a chance now to look at the schedule for San Antonio. On Tuesday, they'll be playing against Devin Booker and the Brooklyn Nets. Then on Tuesday, they'll go up against Tyrese Halliburton and the Detroit Pistons.
And for their matchup with the Hawks, it's going to be their 7th outing on the year. You feel the team will continue to round into form.
Catching up on the changes for Houston. Isaiah Hartenstein's checked in for Bagley, and it's DeJounte Murray in for Mitchell. Puts the move on. It's Leonard with a good look inside.
Oh, this is why you get Leonard the ball inside and just let him go to work.
SGA surveying the D. Pass to Sengun, and stolen by Hartenstein. Murray against SGA. Now Jackson. Outside White. Now Leonard. On the wing, Murray. SGA covering. Nice little shot fake there. Got the D out of position.
Check out the nice high release on Murray's jump shot. He's obviously been working hard on his shooting.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Murray. Sengun, a screen on Murray. Pulls it. Gilgeous-Alexander, good. SGA's got 9.
Gotta fight harder to get over those screens.
Yeah, as soon as these guys feel contact, they are just disappearing like they're not even there. You gotta show some fire and keep defending.
Now here's Leonard. He's got 6. Pass to Hartenstein. And Hartenstein slams it in.
I just love the strong finish there inside.
Man, he's got that dunker's mindset, doesn't he? Always ready to pounce. And here's the timeout from Mitch Johnson now. And we might see some changes. Coach potentially looking to adjust. Looking at last year, here were the players that led the way in terms of overall scoring. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on top.
For him, it was a season to remember, and I think his fans would say the same.
Quarter 2 and just under 2.5 minutes gone by. Here's Knipple. Leonard defending. Pass to Sengun. 5 to shoot. Tries it from the top of the key. And San Antonio getting another bucket right there.
And Gilgeous-Alexander understands this team wants him to be aggressive on offense. Love watching him go to work.
And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has made the move from star to superstar, Grant.
Well, no question, B.A. He's been a superstar for quite a few seasons now, but he's not satisfied and just continues to elevate his game year after year.
And so Ime Udoka decides to call timeout. Coach taking this moment to speak to his guys, maybe alter some of the game plan. Now, for those joining us now, we're in the second quarter, about 3 minutes gone by. Pass to Murray. Shot clock at 6. Here's Leonard. Here's Jackson. That one goes. Now he's 1 for 2.
And they keep on figuring out ways to force the rock inside and convert.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Murray. Shea probing. Hartenstein pulls it in. Rockets trail by 4. Leonard passes to White. It's good. And the assist that time from Leonard. White's gotten his first bucket of the night.
And their shots are dropping with more consistency now.
Here's Buzelis, defended by Jackson. San Antonio moving the ball around. And it's SGA missing. And so it's Leonard who brings up the ball for Houston. Their defense has only allowed 4 points in the quarter. Jackson outside. Here's Murray. Oh, that doesn't go on the chance to tie. Here's Knippel. Leonard pulls down the board.
Oh, that's a missed opportunity from the mid-range. He can hit that.
Murray against Gilgeous-Alexander. Murray passes to Leonard. Jackson right side. Now here's White. For 3. San Antonio with a rebound. They've led by as much as 10. Their next game is at Barclays Center in Brooklyn for a game with the Nets. It's a quick turnaround on the road. Just 1 game. Here's Şengün. Hartenstein pulls it in. Hartenstein's got 5 rebounds in the game. Outside Murray. Pass to White. And here's Jackson. Out to Leonard. Here's Hartenstein. And Hartenstein slams it in.
And once he gets to the rim, it's fairly automatic.
Nothing fancy right there. Just takes his 2 points, moves on. And here's a timeout from Mitch Johnson. I think right now he might be looking at some adjustments. And the Rockets going with a whole new group out there. Pass to Riley. Lively with a screen on Bagley. Inside. And a slam dunk by Lively.
Did you see that? Look at the elevation on that dunk, B.A.
Man, he just cocked it back and fired it down with one hand. Picked his pocket. Here's Harper. Outside Wells. Lively with a screen on Bagley. Here's Riley. Williams grabs the board.
Hard to turn down a look that good. Still, long twos are losing favor, and misses like that are the reason why.
Bagley sets a screen to the middle. Oh, the big finish by Bagley.
He gives up a bit of size at the center position, but his leaping ability, well, let's just say that makes up for it.
Here's Harper. He's covered by Dosunmu. And Harper gets it to go. And the Spurs lead by 2.
They're sneaking around there down low. Dylan Harper got the bucket.
Mitchell, the pass to Williams. Now here's Wallace. Fires from deep. Doesn't go that time. A chance here to catch up with Allie from the sideline.
Hey, BA. Derek Lively uses his mobility to his advantage. He said, quote, "I like to turn the game into a track meet because I can't outmuscle anybody. But I can definitely get around people, I can outrun them, and I have to be able to use my stamina and energy to get up and down as much as I can." Back to you.
Smart approach. Allie, appreciate the report.
Love to see that kind of activity. He just makes things happen.
Outside Mitchell. Three-pointer. Lively grabs the miss. Lively's got 4 rebounds now. Pass to Riley. Outside Podziemski. And here's Lively. And he'll draw the foul. He'll head to the line for 2. San Antonio shooting their first free throws tonight.
Shooting 2.
The free throw drops for Lively. And Lively drops them both. Now Wallace. They need this. No good. Would have counted had it gone. And that'll do it for the first half of play. San Antonio on top, up by 7. And we'll be right back after halftime to get the third quarter underway.
Welcome, folks. EJ alongside Shaq and Kenny. First up, here are the players of the week. Looking at the East, Victor Wembanyama.
Tremendous effort lately from this guy, Victor, 7'4". This dude is 7'4". Folks, I mentioned because skills-wise, he's kind of like a small forward.
Lots of great NBA players from France, but he has a good shot at being the best of that group. And shifting gears, back to the half we just watched. SGA, outstanding.
If anyone out there is still sleeping on SGA, you better wake up. This dude is an elite scoring option. He's got the length, he's got the handles, and he finds ways to get to the rim at will.
I've seen them all. I've been awake on SGA since the beginning, or close to the beginning. He's the real deal.
And that's a wrap on halftime. Thanks for watching as we send you back to BA to call the second half.
Well, for those just tuning in, thanks for being with us. Second half of this game still to play. You have to like what we're seeing from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Through the first 2 quarters, he's been on fire. Explosive offensive performance.
If they don't change their approach in the second half, let's just say his success will continue.
And Grant, when talking about certain players, we hear expressions like, he does the little things, or he does the dirty work. What does all that mean exactly?
You know, it's about what doesn't show up in the box score. Setting good screens, winning those 50-50 balls, hustling back on defense. Often, it's just as important as putting up those points.
So the Houston 5 right now. DeJounte Murray is out there with Derek White. Then it's Jaren Jackson. Then there's Isaiah Hartenstein. And it's Leonard in at the small forward position. Count it.
Love the energy here in the third. Trying to take control now of this contest.
Yes, this is a pivotal moment in this game. Those extra possessions right now, they just mean a little bit more.
Spurs lead by 9. Left block shot on the way. No good off the glass. The Rockets shooting just under 40% from the field. Pass to Leonard. Over Knipple. The Rockets with another miss.
That's not how you want to come out of the break. 3 straight misses. They need to settle in quick.
It's rebounded by Houston. Next matchup, they'll be home against the Nets. It'll be a quick stopover at home before they have to get back out on the road. Leonard outside. Oh, got a piece of it. Oh, it's stolen by Gilgeous-Alexander. Oh, Shai packs one down.
And we've become used to seeing this from Gilgeous-Alexander, one of the most versatile and dominant scoring threats in today's game.
And so Ime Udoka decides to call timeout. He'll take the opportunity to regroup. Here's the group of players who had the most steals in the league last season. 5th is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Last year, he was really opportunistic defensively, creating havoc.
And now around 2 minutes gone by in this half. Pass to Murray. Now White. There's the three. The rebound by the Spurs. Knippel's got his 4th rebound in this one.
Oh, man, what happened at halftime? Since then, they're 0 for 4.
And that's out of bounds. San Antonio will retain possession. Just a superb read on defense to come up with the block.
Yeah, just some terrific effort there. And you know the whole team will get an energy boost off a block like that one.
Rockets on D. Nothing yet for him here in the 3rd quarter. SGA can't get it to go. The teardrop. White, the pass to Jackson. Murray deciding where to go with it. To the inside. Here's Leonard. Misses, and the dry spell continues.
He's lost his rhythm completely this quarter, but he's determined to stay after it.
3 minutes gone now in the 3rd quarter. Knippel, no good. Rockets trail by 11. Outside White. Jackson, the pass to Leonard. Over Knippel. And the basket by Leonard. Leonard's got 8 points.
Yeah, the versatile scoring ability of Kawhi. Whether long range, short range, mid-range, he can do it all.
And here's the timeout from Mitch Johnson now. He might have seen something and needs to review with his guys. Wells is checked in for San Antonio. Bagley's checked in for Houston. Dosunmu comes in for Kawhi Leonard. San Antonio moving the ball around. Pass to Buzelis. Down low. Oh, deflected. And stolen by Bagley. White on the wing. Now Murray. The three is up. He buries it from 3. He's got 5.
This is something that we've seen Murray continue to work on over the years. His three-point shot has improved every year.
And SGA, here we go. Shea gets it to go off the drive.
And he's doing it all himself, shouldering the offensive load in effortless fashion right now.
Outside Murray. Fires the 3. Buzelis grabs the board.
Yeah, he's really scrambling to keep them in this game. Gotta respect that hustle.
Murray against SGA. 6 to shoot. SGA doing his thing in close.
And guys, the way this defense is getting manhandled down low, you have to wonder if they're at 100% right now.
Pass to Jackson. And here's Murray. SGA covering. Murray against Gilgeous-Alexander. Murray, no good.
Nice rebound. Trying to match the other team's intensity right now.
And SGA throws it down.
Defenders just clearing out, and Gilgeous-Alexander came in with a purpose.
And so Ime Udoka decides to call timeout. He's going to take a moment to give him a breather and talk things over. Houston making some changes. Mark Williams, he's checked in for Jaren Jackson Jr. Wallace comes in for White, and Mitchell subbed in for Murray. Bagley passes to Dosunmu. Inside, and Williams punches it home.
It's harder to thread those passes inside, but the reward is evident.
Spurs lead by 10. Here's Harper, and stolen by Williams. Here's Mitchell. The rebound by Riley. San Antonio has gotten 3 of their 7 threes to find the net in this matchup. Lively with a screen on Bagley. Riley. No good on the three. Rockets trail by 10. Things just don't seem to be clicking for them offensively.
Yeah, they really need to find a way to get back on track.
Mitchell, the pass to Bagley. That one's good. Mitchell making the play. Bagley's got 6.
They're being put to the test, and he's doing everything he can to keep them in this game.
Pass to Riley. Lively with a screen on Bagley. Here's Harper. And it's going to be a 3-second call. And it's the 2K leaderboard. Team leaders in blocks last season. The Spurs, 4th.
They were intimidating at the defensive end. Blocking shots, changing shots. You had to fight them for every bucket last year.
Buzelis is checked in for Harper. Wallace outside. Pass to Dosunmu. 4-3. Sinks the tray. Now just a 5-point San Antonio lead.
Gotta fight harder to get over those screens.
Yeah, as soon as these guys feel contact, they are just disappearing like they're not even there. You gotta show some fire and keep defending.
Here's Riley. Outside Podziemski. Shot clock at 5. From deep. It's hauled in by Houston. Mitchell feeling it out a bit. Misses the 3. End of quarter management here. They can go 2 for 1.
Make the math work in your favor.
And he can't stop the run as that one misses. Rockets trail by 5. Dosunmu, the pass to Mitchell. Here's Riley. He's covered by Dosunmu. Outside Podziemski. Out to the right wing. Here's Riley. Here's the 3. No good that time. And we've reached the end of the third. San Antonio on top. They're up by 5. And when we return, we'll get the fourth quarter rolling here on 2K Sports. All right, let's take a look at our assist of the game presented by State Farm.
You talk about painting a magnificent picture with that, Don. Just a great decision and a perfect delivery.
A lot of times a spectacular pass is more impressive than a spectacular shot. This is one of those times.
And with these teams locked in a very close contest, this fourth quarter promises to be a good one. We've got Trey Murphy, Knipple out there with Buzelis. Then there's Brandon Podziemski, and it's Şengün in at the 5, down low. That's who's in the game for the Spurs. From the wing, and right on target. And the Spurs lead by 7.
Even though he hasn't lit up the scoreboard, I like how he's keeping others involved.
Leonard outside, takes a 3. Outside for Mitchell. Leonard looking around. Pass to Jackson. From deep, Mitchell nails it from beyond the arc.
Cool, calm, and collected at a critical juncture in this game.
San Antonio leading by 4. Now Şengün. He's guarded by Hartenstein. To the inside, Podziemski. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. From a mid-major school to a first-round pick, Wisconsin native Brandon Podziemski has had quite the rise, RJ.
Yeah, finishes top 5 in Rookie of the Year voting in 2024. Pods gives you a little bit of everything on the floor. Great rebounder for his size also.
White, he's checked in for the Rockets. Murray comes in for Mitchell. That one misses.
He left some at the line, but at least he made it a 2-possession game.
Now here's Murray, defended by Podziemski. Takes a 13-footer. Rebounded by the Spurs. Buzelis has got 5 rebounds tonight. Pulls it in from the elbow. Here's Şengün. And Şengün throw it down.
Offensive rebound is a big part of Şengün's game. Just look at his numbers. They've been great over the years.
Murray for three. No luck on that one.
Gotta find easier shots when you're already struggling. That's not gonna get it.
Ooh, took him no time at all to get that one. And now a 10-point Spurs lead.
And just not letting up at all. I mean, you have to love this approach. You want to get the ball to the guys who make plays.
This is when good players really get after it. He can sense that they're reeling, and he's gonna put his foot on the pedal.
Now here's Murray. Offline from the top of the key.
Just an ugly show from him offensively. Yep, no way to describe it, just ugly, and that hasn't helped.
Back to Podziemski. Pulls it from the top of the key. Hartenstein pulls it in. Hartenstein's got 9 rebounds in the game. Boy, he's getting it done.
Sometimes it's just not your night. Fortunately, his teammates have picked up the slack.
Now here's Murray. Leonard for three. Here's Hartenstein. And the rebound paying off as they pick up 2 on the second chance bucket right there.
Second chance points are always painful. Have to make the effort to box out.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say they need to emphasize rebounding going forward.
And San Antonio making a change here. SGA's checked in. All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
Over the last break, I listened in on Mitch Johnson's huddle. He told them, no time to celebrate. The work is not finished. We've got to stick with it and keep growing what we've got here. Words of wisdom for his squad. Back to you.
All right, Allie, thanks once again.
I think he's gone completely dry. Nothing is hitting.
Yeah, and the risk now is that he gets inside his own head. Time to take deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth, and let the game come to you.
They're searching for a way to score.
Yeah, buckets have been very tough to come by.
Here's Murray, and he makes it on the layup.
A bigger point guard is 6'4". Murray has no issue scoring inside.
Spurs lead by 8. Pass to Knipple. And stolen by Leonard. Looking to end this cold spell. Ooh, and Leonard throws it down.
And that's what happens when you don't take care of the ball.
Hey, that makes the turnover hurt even more.
We know mistakes lead to breaks. That's just textbook right there.
Here's Buzelis, defended by Jackson. Just 5 on the clock. Here's SGA, and San Antonio getting another bucket right there.
He's been a steady presence for them. Nice to have that kind of safety net at the offensive end.
Murray passes to Leonard. There's the triple. It's rebounded by Şengün. Şengün's got 6 rebounds here tonight.
And to put things simply, this has not been his quarter.
Knocks down the trifecta.
Buzelis has tremendous court vision for his age and is willing to make the extra pass.
And Ime Udoka has called timeout, looking to get everyone dialed in and engaged. Hartenstein with a screen on Gilgeous-Alexander. And there's the whistle. Illegal screen is the call.
Can't give him too much grief for that one. He's been mistake-free for the most part.
Spurs lead by 11. Let's loose for 3. Murray pulls it down.
And this is exactly who you want taking that shot. He just missed it.
Here's Leonard. Tipped. Here's Knipple. Outside Gilgeous-Alexander. Puts it up from 12. Can!
smash. Sweet looking jumper from the mid-range. I mean, Gilgeous-Alexander just making it look easy.
And here's White. Outside Murray. 1:57 left to play in the fourth. Clock at 6. Puts up the tray. Another chance. Can't get it.
Had enough room to finish, and that's one he'll usually make.
Murray against Gilgeous-Alexander. Here's Şengün. Here's Knipple. Cleared away by White. And here's White. He'll bring it up for the Rockets. Trailing by 13. Takes a 3. Hartenstein. Oh, no good. Unable to end this run. San Antonio's gone 2 of 3 from beyond the arc here in the fourth.
And they had an advantage tonight. Came out sharp and did what was needed. Nice win here for the Spurs.
What would you say the deciding factor in this game was, Grant?
Yeah, B.A., ultimately you have to look at their field goal percentage. They were the more efficient team because they found clean looks all night.
And they'll chalk this up as their 3rd win of the year. And when you look at the game, the one thing that helped fuel this team to victory was the efficiency for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
We certainly got to see his best effort on offense, attacking the defense without fear and grabbing a lot of buckets.
7-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. He fires. Cleared away by White. So we see the Spurs taking the W here, showing that they're the far superior team. They win it going away.
I'll tell you what, give it up for their fans. They love to watch this team dominate. You best believe they're all going home happy tonight.
Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Richard Jefferson, Grant Hill, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian Anderson saying thanks for watching. And let's leave you with our player of the game, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.